Hello, hello, hello. I'm really hoping that my audio is working. I always forget to check before I go live. I go, oh, I will make sure that my audio is working. Immediately forgets. So fingers crossed that everything is going just fine. Right, hello, hello, hello to the January live stream. That is absolutely bonkers to me that it is already January again. Thank you so much for choosing to spend even 5 minutes with me here tonight. I really, really appreciate it. And yeah, it's another witchy Q&A. Now I do have a few bits of housekeeping to deal with first. So the first thing is, one, I hope you're having an amazing January. I know it's cold for a lot of people and it's miserable, but I hope that you're doing okay. Two, this live stream is going to be a general live stream. Next month, I'm going to start doing alternating live streams. So 1 month will be a general live stream. The other month will be a live stream on specific topics that have been pre-chosen from a list of questions that I will be putting on the community tab later today, if I remember. So the plan is, one is going to be a bunch of questions that have been kind of written by you guys. You want to know answers to them. I'm going to group them into topics, and then during the live stream on that particular topic, I'll also be answering questions as they come in on the chat for that specific topic. I hope that makes sense, but it was something that people were asking for, so I'm going to alternate. So January is a general live stream, March will be the next general live stream, and next month is going to be on a really interesting topic that I have not decided on yet. So we'll have to see what that topic is, but do keep an eye on the community tab if you do have any specific questions that you would like to be in another live stream or on a particular category of witchcraft. So yeah, I feel like I'm way too far over. Which way do I need to be? I need to be this way. This chair is on wheels, but you wouldn't know it because it doesn't like moving. Okay, hello, hello. So let's have a look where everyone is from. So we've got Oregon. Let's have a look. Swansea, Germany, Hawaii, Florida, Colorado, Greece, Moscow, Ireland, Germany, Ohio, Florida, Los Angeles, Tennessee, Indiana, the Peak District, New York, North Wales. Wow, so many people from so many places. Italy, Oklahoma, Romania, India, Maryland, Netherlands, Canada. Wow, so many people from so many places. So as this is one of my general live streams, the chat is going to be gone through chronologically. So it can take me a little bit of time to get through everyone's questions. And so please be patient with me because there's usually a lot to kind of shift through. If you've already asked a question, please don't repeatedly ask it in the chat, because if I've not answered it, it's probably because I haven't got to it yet, and we don't want to clog up the chat, because the more the chat is clogged up, the more likely it is that I will lose things. So fingers crossed that won't happen this month. Last month I didn't lose that much of the chat. I don't remember losing that much of the chat, so hopefully that can be something that is a thing of the past, but we'll see. And sometimes if I've already answered the question multiple times beforehand, or I've already included it in a video in its own right, then I might just direct you towards that particular video, because usually the videos are going to be far more detailed than anything I can do in one of these live streams. Oh, that was a lot of words. So yeah, let's get started. I'm going to go up to the top of the chat and yeah, let's chat about some witchy topics. Oh, and one last thing, same as always, all of the mods do this out of their free will and honestly free time, and they are amazing at doing their job. So if everyone could just be very nice to the mods who help keep the chat safe, that would be amazing, because they do just dedicate so much time to just sit and listen to me talk, which is honestly tiresome. So I'm very happy that they're here. Right, where was I? Ooh, okay, I bought the Mastering Witchcraft book by Paul Husson after hearing you mention it. What are your thoughts on saying the Lord's Prayer backwards for 3 consecutive nights? Not done it yet? Well, not done it yet, question mark. I don't know if that was like a to me or just generally. So this is something that we see in quite a few books actually, and it tends to scare a lot of people. So Paul Husson's Mastering Witchcraft is one of my favourite beginner witchcraft books because it just covers so many different topics, and it does come from the idea that witchcraft is often something people come to after being part of other more organised religious beliefs. And for a lot of people, there comes that religious shame, especially if they are from a Christian tradition. There's often that kind of shame that comes along with it. And while there are many practitioners who are a follower of the Christian religion but do practice witchcraft, they feel perfectly comfortable doing that. There are a lot of other people who would rather separate themselves from something that they no longer believe in and move on to something else. And so the idea of saying the Lord's Prayer backwards is kind of a twofold thing. So firstly, it is about separating yourself from any religions that you might no longer want to follow. You don't have to do this. This isn't something that's a requirement. It is something that is taken from much earlier resources. So it's something that we've seen documented from kind of the early modern period onward, is the idea that everything between, say, the top of the head and the foot now is part of something else. And the Lord's Prayer being recited backwards was kind of part of that. So it's a way of separating yourself from traditions that you no longer want to be a part of. But if you do still want to be a part of those, it's not something that you have to do. The other reason why people do it is to almost step themselves into their magical path. So it is something that they do to almost devote or dedicate themselves, to cement themselves in the practice that they want to continue onwards. And so people might want to do it for that. For me, I've never felt the need to do this because I was never that much part of a different tradition. This has always kind of been me and kind of what I've practiced. So I've never felt the need to do this myself, but a lot of people find it to be really, I think the term is cathartic, this kind of ability to release the unwanted aspects of life, to step forwards into something else, is really powerful for a lot of people. Right, here, where are we? So, can you share anything about the ghosts you encountered at Durrington Castle? I don't know if I've been to a Durrington Castle. I've been to a Dunce, is it Dunce? I'm gonna have to check which one I went to. No, that's not the one I've been to. Which is the one I've completely forgot which is the one I've been to. I've been to a lot of castles. Is this the one that was in the vlog? Because in which case, if it is the one that's in the vlog, I'm planning on doing the ghosty aspects of that in a podcast episode. So I am doing season 2. I'm getting there. I'm getting there slowly. I am planning on doing it. And one of those is on the particular ghost stories from the castle that I visited. So I just figured that would be interesting as kind of its own thing. Because a lot of people do really like the kind of ghosty stuff to be a bit separate. So I am planning on doing a whole video on that. And I'm so glad that you've been here for all of them. All 59 live streams. That's crazy. Thank you so much for still sticking with me. Having a birthmark in the form of a triangle, what is its meaning? So, I don't know mass amounts about birthmarks in relation to witchcraft. But there are a lot of people who do consider them to be symbolic in many ways. And so in this, you can look into it as just being a birthmark, because quite often that is all it will be. But then you can also look at it from the perspective of significant shapes. The symbolism and the numerology behind the triangle shape could be something that you might want to look into, and that can also help you deep dive into numerology and also kind of sacred geometry as well, which could be a really interesting subject in its own right. It's not something that I've ever particularly looked into, but if you do want to go down that route, it's definitely worth checking out some books and resources on it, just to see if it kind of opens up any additional information that might connect back to your own life. Tarot cards can really tell your past life. So this is a really... It's gonna depend on who you are and how things come through to you. So tarot cards are used for so many different reasons, and they're used in many different ways as well. So primarily they're used to work with your subconscious. So they tap into that psychic subconscious aspect of your mind to bring answers forwards that perhaps you know, but you don't consciously know that you know. And then the other way of doing it is to work with spirits, deities, ancestors, and have the information come through via them as well. And then of course you can do readings for other people, which involves their energy and their spirits tapping into it as well. But when we're doing things for past life, it is essentially that subconscious part of our mind that needs to be coming through in that reading. And that can often be really difficult to trigger. So for a lot of people, they will go to a past life reader, and while they might be referred to as past life readers, primarily what they are attempting to do is to tap into certain aspects of your subconscious mind to draw out information that you don't realize that you know on your past lives. So we often see a lot of stories of children when they're really, really young having past life experiences. Like they might remember people that they've never met, or they might remember events that they are way too young to have ever known about. And then as they get older, they start forgetting that they've ever mentioned these things, and the memories just kind of slip away. And so that kind of aspect of the mind, that section that we have access to when we're really young, is what these past life regressionists and past life readers are attempting to tap into. We can do this via tarot cards, via hypnotherapy, via doing other kinds of readings, but it is quite difficult to do yourself. So it is something that you definitely can do via tarot cards, but it isn't necessarily the easiest for you as an individual to distinguish between something that is simply subconscious information about the present time and also subconscious information about past times. That can be really difficult to distinguish. So I'd recommend, if you are interested in past life work, try and get in with a past life regressionist that's really trusted, and they might be able to help give you some resources for doing it with them and also by yourself as well, so that you can really dig down like into that information, and you know what you're doing, and you know that you're doing it in an appropriate and safe way. So yeah, it's one where it's not a simple answer, which is, you'll probably find the majority of witchcraft is not super simple straight answers. It's a lot of, you can do it this way and you can kind of do it that way, and like it bounces around. So just brace yourself for that, because there's usually very few yes no answers in these live streams. Right, where was I? Ooh, okay. This one I don't have any resources on, but mostly because I don't think you need that many resources. So this says, I was wondering if you have any resources that you could share on cloud divination. I drive to work, so I'm always staring at them, and I thought it would be fun to start reading them. So I think a lot of us have had that kind of experience as children, where you're lying on the grass in the summer and then you're looking up at the clouds, and each individual member of your group, for instance, is picking out the things and the shapes that they can see in the clouds. This is something that we do for like our entire lives subconsciously. We don't necessarily realize that what we're doing is a form of divination. It's just something fun that we can do. And so when we're doing this as children, you'll often find that 4 different people will look up at the cloud, and it'll be one cloud and 4 different people see completely different things. And that's because this is a natural process that our bodies do. Our minds automatically look for imagery and faces, especially in inanimate objects and just in patterns. But our mind then overlays things that we consider significant over top of that aspect. So one person might see a rabbit, another person might see a cat, someone else might see a child playing, and yet it's still the same cloud that they're looking at. And this is why I don't necessarily think that a book is going to be all that helpful, because the divination comes from how we perceive a symbol. And so what that symbol represents is completely individual. So if you are kind of doing this on your trip to work, have a look at the clouds and note down the kind of shapes that you're seeing, the animals, the figures, how does that figure make you feel? And then you can also include in things like birds flying, because birds flying in different directions can also be a form of divination. It's called augury. And so that can all be included in. When you've then got all of these different clouds that you've written down on your particular journey, obviously don't do this like while you're driving. You're going to have to write it down well afterwards when you're safe to do so. And then you might notice patterns in it. So you might be finding that on a particular day, certain shapes kept coming out to you that made you feel a little bit on edge, not quite comfortable. And this might be your subconscious mind telling you that something in your life surrounding these images might need a little bit of work. Perhaps it needs a little bit of TLC to be able to balance things out again. On a different day, you might find that all the clouds are kind of pointing you towards romance, for instance. And you might find then that it's your subconscious mind telling you that such and such a person that you didn't think could be a romantic interest might be in these kind of topics. It's more about how the symbols represent to you. So if for instance in a book, I talk about this a lot in terms of sharks, spiders and snakes especially, because these are things that people tend to be very scared of. In a book, it might represent deception or danger, but to you, it might mean something completely different. So really take some time to kind of figure out what those images mean to you. Is it something from your past? Is it something that relates to someone that you connect with, say, a cat? Is there a person in your life that has black cat energy? And if you're seeing a dark cloud that has this kind of cat-like shape, perhaps that could be tapping in to something that you need to do alongside them, and have this kind of all pulled together. And so it takes what would be a very simplistic form of divination into something that you can really work with to figure out what's going on subconsciously, because work and day-to-day lives and our commute and children and caring and figuring out what to eat for tea, they can all cloud our subconscious information. And then doing divination like this, as simple and almost childlike as it may look, can actually be really, really powerful. So sorry, I went on a bit of a tangent there, but we'll keep going. This is how it usually works. Ooh, I've been seeing and hearing a lot about war water on the internet. What are your thoughts about it and how it's made and used? So this is something that I have never really dived that much into. I know vaguely of it, but I will just have to double check that I'm on the right thing. Otherwise, I'm going to be telling you information about something that just does not match. Let's have a look. Where was I? Okay, yes. So it is what I was expecting it to be. So this is not from a tradition that I particularly follow. And so because of that, I'm not going to be able to give you all that much information on it. But the aspect of practice, this kind of protective, defensive style of magic, is something that we see in rather similar ways kind of across the world. The biggest association I can have with it in terms of similarities is the witch bottles that we see during the early modern period and onwards that are found within Britain and Europe, as well as this kind of practice extending far, far further afield. It's a little bit like how poppets pop up in so many different ways, in so many different areas, because it's a symbolic representation that works for so many people. I'm assuming that something very similar is happening with this kind of protective agent being in the form of a bottle. It's very useful, it's a form of containment. And besides that, I don't have that much information on it. So if anyone knows anything more about it, do let us all know. But these things will often come and go in trends, so it's probably going through one of the big resurgences on the internet, and then everyone will know about it, and then it'll probably not disappear, because obviously this is a practice that's been done for a very long time, but become slightly less popular on social media, and it'll kind of ebb and flow. But yeah, powerful form of protective magic is what I vividly remember it as being. And I've seen this being done, but I don't think I've ever done it myself. I'm trying to really rack my brain about this, because time has no meaning and memory is fleeting. So yeah, let me know if anyone has any more information on that. Oh, I was wondering, when you go to these castles and homes across the country, have you ever encountered a spirit, familiar, or an elemental on your tours of the places? So, spirits, definitely. Familiars, not particularly, mostly because there's no real reason for a familiar to be in that particular area if it's already a spirit familiar of someone else. Wouldn't necessarily be in the area. Elementals are, I've always found, more connected to place than the structure. So there's definitely been many, many homes I've been into and big castles, and you'd be surprised that actually it's not often the castles, like the big grand buildings, that have the most spirits. It's usually the smaller, kind of more unusual places that have the most spirits, especially not elemental spirits. So I always vividly remember there was one place I visited last year. I'm trying to remember where it would have been. Oh, this is going to really bug me, but it's when I was away last year. We went into this stately home, and the stately home is actually completely abandoned inside. So since the Second World War, it was used as kind of an army base where people would have like medical treatment there and they would stay during the war. And after the war, the damage to the property was so great and the family just couldn't afford to maintain it. And so the home and the land was given to the English Heritage. I think it was the English Heritage. And we went into this, what is now a completely empty mansion, basically. And it didn't feel weird. Like, it felt a little bit weird, but in the way that an old empty building would feel. So we're walking around, and then you have the option to go into the basement. And I know that I've mentioned this one before, so this is probably the last time I'm going to talk about this on any kind of live streams. If I do, it's going to be on the podcast. But you go down into the basement, and it is like rooms in rooms. It was the weirdest place. So it went the full size of the mansion, basically. But it was like a long corridor with rooms off rooms, and then rooms off rooms off rooms. It was kind of already creepy. And then a lot of the rooms had these lights that kind of pointed up on these like concrete structures. So it was already kind of creepy, but not like that creepy. And then I just remember me and my dad were walking into this one particular room. It was a room in a room in a room. And we're standing outside of the lights. So we're in the darkness and the lights are in front of us. And I see this shadow walk across the back of the room. Except we're in here alone. There's like no one else in the basement. And nothing passed in front of the lights because we were behind the lights. And I remember attempting to ask my dad if he had moved, but he was just kind of standing next to me and no one had moved. And so there's definitely activity there. It's just a case of what's causing the activity. It was very much a shade. So this wasn't like a spirit of a person per se, but it was definitely a spirit. And I'm so curious about why a shade is in a basement of an abandoned property, because usually they are there because they like observing. They like being present and keeping an eye on things and kind of watching what's going on, except that wasn't the case here. So that one was really unusual. We've been in other places where there's definitely kind of a strange, something is present, but it's not making itself known feeling, which is kind of hard to achieve actually when you've got a room that is full of other people there to view the house. Like, it's more likely that you're going to pick up on those things when you're there alone, but especially in some of the smaller, slightly more unusual ones, you do get that. One of the ones that had a really strange feeling to me, and I'm hoping I'm going to be able to go back in the future, was Snows Hill Manor. Snows Hill Manor is very, very well known because of its massive collection. Essentially, it's in the Cotswolds, and the guy who owned it, I've actually done kind of like a whole vlog on this, the guy who owned it, he wanted his collection to be kept exactly as it was when he sold the property to the National Trust, and so it was kept almost exactly the same. But what we weren't told on our visit was that the very upstairs attic room actually was used for the occult, and a lot of the pieces from Snows Hill Manor have ended up in the Museum of Witchcraft and Magic in Cornwall. And that place has a very, very strange feeling to it. And I think that that's probably because of its connection with the workings of spells and rituals that were carried out in that space. Because as with everything that we do, we kind of leaving a light on in the dark, and it tends to attract things. There was nothing in there that felt particularly uncomfortable, but there was definitely something in there that was just a little bit outside of the ordinary. When it comes to kind of elemental spirits, that's when we're getting into significant locations such as the Tor in Glastonbury, sites that are really, really ancient and have experienced a lot of stuff going on, including any castle that's mostly demolished. You'll often find there's a lot of elemental activity, and I think that's probably because there is so much energy in that place, and so they are presenting themselves perhaps more because of the high energy spaces. What I would love to do, however, I don't know how I'd ever be able to do it. I'd love to go to these places and actually be present and do an investigation as a practitioner. So not only have kind of the tools that I would normally want to use when you're interacting with spirits, but also be going as a practitioner to see if there's anything else that I can sense that's there. I think that would be so cool. And I'd absolutely love to be able to do that. I don't know how I'd ever manage it, because you usually have to be very rich or a very big team of people to be able to rent or be able to visit these spaces after hours. But that would be so, so cool, because I do think you definitely have more coming through when there aren't hundreds of people in that place. That was a very, very long tangent. I apologise in advance. I just love all the ghosty, spooky stories. So yeah, let's have a look. I have a question here that I almost feel like I've got part of it. Either that or I'm reading it incorrectly. So let's see. So I've started working with, is it Cyprian? I'm so sorry. I'm terrible at pronunciation. Recently, and everything I've put on his altar corresponds to him, and even the offerings. He was delighted, but what can this mean? I didn't ask him. So just to clarify, what specifically are we referring to here as to what it can mean? And that would be great, because I want to try and give as much detail as I can, but I don't think I've got the entire full picture to do that, so any more context would be absolutely fantastic. Oh, here we go. I'm going to Glastonbury soon and been planning a trip to Sons of Asgard for herbs. Any recommendations for herbs that you believe to be the most useful in spellwork? I'm still new to the craft. So when it comes to herbs, it very, very much depends on kind of what you're going to be resonating with. So for me, the ones that I go back for time and time again are patchouli. Absolutely love it. I use that a lot for any workings that need to be really grounded. So I use it a lot for protection works, any kind of confidence, self-love, even romance workings. I find patchouli to be really useful for, to keep it very earthbound, because I have had experience in the past where you do workings and they feel kind of a bit too airy, and while that's fine to be up here in the airiness, I do find that especially with things like self-love and self-confidence, it is really useful to keep that grounding and keep it kind of running through you instead of all up here. So I love patchouli for basically, the smell of it. Just smell it, because it smells absolutely divine. I use a lot of rose, because for me, that is such a universal plant. It isn't entirely universal, but for me, it is all about bringing things to fruition. So especially rose petals, I use a lot, and I get them in quite large amounts because I will use them for basically any working that needs that fruitfulness. And I perceive it very much as being kind of a moon-based flower. So for me, any associations with the full moon, I will also attribute to the rose. And that's what I've done for as long as I can remember. And so I love using that. Chamomile is also one that is really good. Good luck, prosperity workings. Any workings that need a little bit of solar energy in there, I do think are absolutely phenomenal. Now, the other one that I do use a lot of might not be for everyone, and that is nettle. I love using nettle. I am not sure if my last batch was from Sons of Asgard. Let me have a look. But nettle for me is phenomenal for protection workings, for wards. I think they're absolutely amazing. And yeah, nettle, I do get it from Sons of Asgard. And it is so good for protection workings. I will put it in witch bottles, I will put it in protection workings, I will put it in any of the wards that I'm using, any banishings that I'm doing, I will include nettle in there as well, just because I find it to be so useful. And also healing workings, because nettle is used so much in healing spells. Absolutely love it. But what I would say is ask in there what they recommend, because they are so unbelievably knowledgeable. Like, it's absolutely bonkers. And they have so many herbs up there that you might not necessarily think that you would like, but if you ask, see how you feel about something, see what the information is. So good. And also they have a lot of flowers that I wouldn't normally see, so it might not be suitable for everyone, but I use a lot of apple. Apple for me is one I use so much because of its connection with the Isle of Avalon, because of that energy that I like to draw in my workings, as well as abundance, fertility, all of these things. I use a lot of apple blossom, which is something that I've only ever seen in there, so that could be something to look into as well. But yeah, ask, honestly, and they're so happy to answer questions, and they're so knowledgeable. You could spend an entire afternoon in there. You might, honestly, forewarning, but worth it. Definitely worth it. Any advice for feeling tired after a spell? I know we use our own energy in spell work, but also don't want to feel drained after a spell. In which case, grounding is probably the easiest answer to this. You're still going to be using your own energy, but you're not going to be using so much of it that you feel depleted. So before a working, center and ground, draw that energy up from the earth, add it to your own energy to add into spells and rituals, and then when you disconnect from that spell and that energy has been released, you can draw a little bit more energy up from the earth if you feel like you need it, so that then you are replenished and you aren't going to feel that kind of grogginess that you can often get after spell work and ritual. The other way of doing this is to incorporate other items into spells and rituals. So if you want the energy of, say, a rose quartz in your working, you can draw some of the energy out of that stone to then help top up the energy that you're using for that working. If you're using plants, you can do this. If you're using I'm trying to think of what else would have a powerful amount of energy. If you're using like cosmic bodies, solar events like full moons, new moons, draw the energy from them to imbue into your working as well, so you're not depleting yourself too much. The other thing that we can do is after spell work and ritual, you can have something to eat, have something to drink, just take a little bit of time to really get your energy back up again, because it's a little bit like having an hour-long swim at the gym, for instance. It might not be physical, but it's energetic exertion. And so it's going to take a little bit of time to balance that out again if you are using your own energy. And so that can be a great way of bringing it back up to a normal, comfortable level again. I'm trying to figure out where I was. Oh my goodness. Oh, can you please tell me more about your life as a sea witch here in Hawaii? There's a lot of ocean and I have a few practices, but would love to learn how others use the sea as well. So yeah, it was when I was living on the coast. It was really, really powerful, that energy was. And so any chance I could, I would go out to the pier. Well, technically it was by the sea. Technically. Like estuary, sea, seawater, basically the same thing, as far as I'm concerned anyway. And so I'd spend a lot of time going out to the pier, and especially at night and the kind of liminal times, I found it to be incredibly powerful. And that's the kind of time where I would be taking items with me down there to imbue in that energy, that water, so you can have it where you are, as long as you're being safe. Do remember this, don't do anything that's going to put you in harm's way. But I would often go down at these liminal times. Often, I'll be honest, dawn was not for me. So usually around dusk, like on my way home, I would stop by and I would just allow the items that I wanted to use in spells and rituals to be imbued in that energy. That can be getting them wet. That can be just holding them in the sea as it comes in and out, as it ebbs and flows, and then taking it with you home again. Or that would be drawing the energy in from the space and then imbuing it into those items if they couldn't get wet. And then it meant that I could still do my spells and rituals with the sea energy, but I didn't have to do an entire working by the ocean, because while that sounds amazing and it must be so good for people who can do an entire ritual by the sea, not everyone's going to have the ability to do that. So that's a way of doing it without having too much discomfort around your magical practice. I also found that taking small items, not lots and lots of items, but just small items to the beach, or I would use them in a working and then return them again. It is important to remember though that obviously in Hawaii and in many other places, I've heard it's incredibly rude and bad luck to be taking anything, even if you plan on returning it again. So obviously that is not going to apply to everyone everywhere, but I have found that here on our coastline, as long as we are returning things and we are not damaging things, the ocean and the ocean spirits tend to be pretty comfortable with that, but it is going to depend on where you live. So I would often take small shells, I would use them in a working, say pouring in all of the things that I wanted to release from my life, the things that were holding me back. I would kind of whisper them into a seashell and really use that to imbue all of my energy into that shell. And then I would return it back to the ocean again so that that energy can be productive in other aspects of the world and in other aspects of life. And so I found that really useful as a way of having this kind of cyclical energy for cleansing things away. You can also do this with small stones as well. If you're on the beach and you're, say, with people and you don't want to know necessarily that you don't want them to know necessarily that you practice witchcraft, you can take a small stone, hold it in your hand, imbue the things that you would like to release from your life and then return it to the ocean. Or you can choose whether the tide is ingoing or outgoing and decide whether you want something to be abundant in your life, in which case you would want to add that energy into the ocean as it is coming in. And then if you want to remove something from your life, you can add it to the ocean as it is going out. And that is a really great way of using that cyclical energy that you would with, say, the moon. But you don't have to do it on a 28-day cycle. You can literally do it in just a few hours from one tide to the next. You can do 2 different kinds of energy work, which can be incredibly useful. It's just a much quicker way of doing it. So that's one way that I massively find useful, to kind of imbue objects of the sea. You can also work with sea spirits. Obviously, these are going to depend place to place, so it's worth looking into specific folklore and tradition of different areas to see what is appropriate and who is appropriate for you to work with and what they might appreciate, and you can work with them that way. So even a verbal spell, when you are working alongside a spirit of the ocean, can make it an incredibly powerful working, more powerful than anything you would be able to do just as an individual. If you are interested in water magic, depending on where you are, obviously, you can take a small amount of that water and then you can add it into bath water. So if you aren't comfortable getting into the ocean, it's not safe to get into the ocean, or you can't swim and don't feel kind of comfortable doing that alone, then you can take a small amount of that water and add it into your bath space so that you can then have that kind of water-based bath ritual in the way that you would if you were in the sea, but you have the safety and the comfort of being in your own home, so it's just a little bit more protected in that way. I essentially spent a lot of my time as a sea practitioner figuring out ways of working around the fact that there was often a lot of people present at all times, and this was something that I always found very difficult. I am not the most confident of people, and so the idea of doing a ritual on a beach, kind of scary. People will be watching, makes me kind of nervous. So I would find ways of taking it away so that I could still work with that energy. I could still be in reverence to that energy, but I wouldn't necessarily have to be present all the time. If you are in an area that has sandy beaches, which is something that we don't have in that many places in the UK, you can also carve sigils, symbols, intentions into the sand on the beach with a small stick that you are essentially going to be using as a wand or kind of an extension of yourself. And then you can allow that tide to wash it away, and whether it's ingoing or outgoing is going to depend on whether it's going to help manifest something or release something. And that's just a really simplistic way of doing it. It is just important, obviously, to make sure that whatever you are doing is respectful to the spirits and the spirit of place. And that's really significant. I don't know a mass amount about Hawaii, the cultures, traditions. And so because of that, I would definitely recommend doing a lot of research first, just to make sure that you are being as respectful as possible. So, all about sea magic. I love sea magic. I need to do more of it, honestly. The last time I went to Northumberland beaches, beautiful beaches, if you get the chance to go, they're absolutely gorgeous. I took away just a few little bits and pieces while I was there, with asking, of course, so that I could attempt to add some more of it into my magical practice, which is something I've not done in so long, but I'm really excited to add it in and see how things work. Oh, hello, Phil. Sorry, I didn't even realise you were here. I'm that far behind. Oh, dear. Oh, it jumped. Oh, no. Where was I? Let's see if I've missed anything. I haven't, thank goodness. Okay. I was really worried that straight off the bat, I would have already lost things. How do you go about contracts and pacts with entities? Apart from safety measures, how does one know when and by whom it's been signed? Does pendulum divination suffice in this situation? So yeah, usually in advance, you're going to be having communication with that spirit or entity that you're going to be working with. And so if, for instance, it is a familiar, or if it is a spirit that you are simply entering into contract with temporarily, you'll often find that there's communication beforehand that will be done in a set way, whether that is through meditation, through dreams, through astral work, through pendulum divination. It's usually going to have some precursor to it. That agreement is more of an energetic agreement than anything else. So it is about that mutual energetic confirmation that that is what we're going to be entering into. And upon that point, often people will make a sigil that represents the name of that spirit for the purpose of this contract. We see this happening quite a lot, especially with familiars and servitors. So especially servitors will usually have a name before that kind of creation process has been completed. And by creating them and charging them with energy, they are essentially signed into that agreement. When we're talking about familiars, you'll often find they won't give you their real name, because spirits will often not give you their true name at all. But sometimes you will find that a name is agreed upon, whether that is a name that they have given you through whatever means you are communicating, or it is a name that you have given them, and upon agreeing to that, that is the name that you will refer to them as for the duration of that contract. And that is often created in a physical form. So sometimes they're made of paper, sometimes they're made of wax, clay even. And then when that contract is ended or completed, or, you know, that bond is coming to a close, that will then be broken, or it will be burned, and the energy of that will be released, so that that spirit is then no longer in contract with you. That name no longer has that kind of significant impact that it would before. Now, obviously, I am not a super knowledgeable person on all forms of spirit contracts. I'm sure there are many people out there who are more knowledgeable than I am, but that is just the way that I've always found them to work, is that kind of name being passed between. And that is a really, really symbolic thing. So when I've worked with tree spirits, I've often been given a name to work with. Now that name isn't necessarily their true name. This being, think Rumpelstiltskin. Rumpelstiltskin refused to give his name because if you had his name, he had power. Well, you had power over him, like he lost his power. The same kind of applies. If you have the true name of a spirit, you can control them. So often a temporary one is used. And that is often what will kind of come out of it, which you can then create into a symbol or representation for them for the duration of it. I do find clay works really well, like air dry clay. If you could roll it out into a really thin disc, use a cookie cutter to kind of cut a circle out of it, and then that name or sigil of that name is then carved into the clay before it dries. That can then be anointed with oils, and herbs can be added onto it that you might want to work with them and give as offerings to them. And then once that contract is done, that clay disc is broken. The pieces are returned to the earth because it is natural clay, not polymer clay, which is plastic. And then that kind of contract has come to an end. And so just one of many, I'm sure, but yeah, lots of options. That's just one of them. It's one of those where I definitely, some of these things are going to be put into formats that allow me to have a little bit more time and focus on a set aspect. So if it isn't in a dedicated video, it might end up somewhere else, so that I can really focus in on it for that particular section or amount of time. Because live streams, I always struggle to do like loads of in-depth topics. Not a witchy question, but do you like spicy food? I do. I have a limit, however. Definitely have a limit, but I put basically every piece of food that you could possibly eat with sriracha, I will eat with sriracha. And I love chili. I have chili. Well, I don't have it so much anymore. I used to have chili all the time, and then for whatever reason I stopped making it. So maybe I should start making chili again. And I found that as time went on, I put more and more and more chili in the chili. So yeah, I'm not great with super duper spicy food, but like moderately spicy, I'm fine with. Right, I saw one down here that was just about names. Here we go, names. It's a no to share spirit names without permission. Yes. That is something that you do have to bear in mind, is that it definitely is a massive no-no. And often if you share the name of a spirit that you have a name for, then that is something that will immediately cease the contract, because it is a breach of trust. It endangers the spirit, and it just generally shows that you are not a particularly reliable person. And if you want to rely on a spirit to aid you, then therefore you should hope that the spirit would be able to rely on you to keep them safe, so that you have that agreement in place. So if you ever find out about a spirit name, please don't share it. Keep it very much to yourself, and make sure that you are keeping it safe and secure, which is why people will often create a sigil for that name, because therefore if anyone were to find that sigil, they are not going to immediately know what that spirit name is. It is almost a like a code that you are using to protect that spirit even further, and protect kind of that agreement that you've got in place. Did I have some last week? Oh, I did have chili last week. I completely forgot about that. This is how often I have chili. Regarding you eating chili, I think you said you got sick of having... Yeah, honestly, what I would do with making chili is I would batch make chili. I have this big pan, like this big pot that I would use to make chili, and I would make so much of it. I would have maybe 2 portions of chili, like big portions of chili, every single day for a week, and then I never got bored of it. So then I would keep making it, and so like maybe 4 or 5 days a week, I would have chili every single day. It was just like my go-to comfort food. And then one day I just never wanted to eat it again. This was like back in 2020. And then I did have chili last week, and it was very good. And I did add extra sriracha to it, because that's what I always do. I just add sriracha to basically anything. Oh, here we go. So this is, the reason I'm answering some questions at the bottom is if they are like directly relating to what we were just talking about, so it kind of all links together. But this says, can you give a spirit friend a nickname and use their nickname instead of their real name? You can. It's not going to have the same potency though as a name that has been mutually agreed upon. So I'll be honest, I refer to every animal I see as buddy. Every single animal I see is a buddy. Like if it's a cat, if it's a dog, if it's a guinea pig, if it's a fox, I don't care. It's a buddy. So I have buddy 1, buddy 2, buddy 3, buddy 15. But if I were to use that name and attempt to attract their attention with it, it isn't going to have as much impact than if I were to say a dog's real name, the name that they know themselves as being. So it's not going to have quite the same impact. So you can say, for instance, if you have a shade that always hangs around, you can call it Shady, just like as a casual like nickname that you have given, but it's not going to have the same kind of impact as if they agree upon a name that will be used for them, and then be able to have that kind of contractual agreement. And it's definitely not going to be as powerful as a name that they have given you, because that might be their true name, it might just be the name they want to go by, but that is incredibly powerful, much more so than a nickname would be. Okay, I'd better get back to where I was in the questions. Was I? No, I wasn't there. Perfume magic, that's where I was. So what do you think about perfume magic? I actually use this a surprising amount. So in Star Child, they sell the tree ogham perfumes, and so I have a whole array of them now. Do I have any in here, actually, now that I'm thinking about it? I used to always keep one in here. I don't think I tidied up. Everyone knows by now that if I tidy, I can't find anything. But I have loads of these little tree perfume oils, and they each connect to a different tree on the Celtic ogham. And because I work with tree magic an awful lot and tree energies, I will use them as a way of building intention into my life. So I have a rowan, which I use for protection magic. I have an oak, because that's my birth tree. I will use it a lot for strength, stability, kind of centering myself, rooting myself back into the ground again. I also have an apple perfume, which I use for abundance, prosperity, growth, new beginnings, new development, fruitfulness, these kind of things. And so not only do they smell amazing, not like your standard perfume, but they still smell really good. They're also skin safe, and they have that connection to the tree spirit. I will use them a lot. You don't have to be kind of that detailed with it. It can be something like just a perfume that smells of a particular fragrance. If it's, for instance, smells like jasmine or vanilla, then you can work with how your brain connects to that fragrance, that smell, and then the associations of that particular smell. So that can be a really great way of doing it, especially something like jasmine is, I use it a lot in prosperity workings, actually. Jasmine's really good for that, but it can also be used in friendship workings, love workings, romance, self-love, these kind of things. And so anything with a heavy jasmine to it can be used for that. Anything with a heavy oud note can be used for something else. And you can do it like that. It's just that most perfumes are like solid, kind of fancy-ish perfumes are going to have a recipe that's really blended, and it might smell kind of confusing, so it's worth checking out the notes that they claim is in it so you can figure out what it's going to work for. One of my favorite perfumes actually is Poison. I think it's called Poison by Dior. I got a bottle of it on like my 21st birthday, and I've been using it forever. Like, I've still got it and I'm still using it, and that is very, very much a kind of dark, potent, I consider it a very passionate kind of perfume, and so I'll use that a lot in any workings that are a little bit more on like the dark feminine side. That doesn't mean that anyone can't use it if they don't want to. That energy is simply a term that's used to describe it. Anyone can have access to it. But anything that's kind of that side of practice, I really enjoy using that perfume because it just has something special about it. If you've ever smelt it, I think you will know what I mean. It's a very dark nighttime perfume. It's really great for that kind of style of practice. Okay, I was here. What is best to feed a servitor, food or energy? It's going to depend on what you've kind of agreed upon in advance. For me, I will always use energy. That's always how it has been. Hypnotic poison, that's the one, hypnotic poison. I don't think it's the original poison, I think it's the hypnotic one. It's like an opaque red bottle with like a little cap and it looks like an apple. That one, that one is amazing. So yeah, in terms of servitors, it's definitely something that you're going to have to kind of pre-agree on, or if you haven't pre-agreed on it, do what's going to work best for you. So for me, servitors are often pre-programmed to be linked to whatever it is that they're doing, or just the space in general. So a lot of the time it will be any excess energy in my space or in spell work and ritual that is not being used is free reign for the servitors that are present to be able to utilize what they need. And so that way, simply existing in that space gives them energy that they can then work on. You can also link them to the full moon, so that every time that full moon comes around, same with weather, certain weather patterns, every time that comes around, they can utilize the energy of that in order to fuel themselves. Other people will have it be that they add energy personally to that servitor vessel or to the servitor themselves at set times as a powering agent for that servitor. Other people will leave food offerings, alcohol, these kind of things. It is definitely going to be personal, but it's usually going to tie into kind of the reason why they were created. That was a very fast bike. The reason they were created, or what was kind of written in the process. But I was... I'm losing connection with the only deck that I own. Do you have any advice on what I should do in this situation? So a lot of the times this can happen if the energy that that deck really focused on is not something that you presently need. It could be something that you have grown beyond. It could be something that you have enough of and you don't need any more of. So that could be the reason why. It could be that the imagery and the artwork is not resonating with us to the same degree as it did when that deck was brand new. So it could be something about the artwork that is kind of hindering that connection, in which case you might want to try and reconnect with the artwork, appreciate the artwork in a different way. That could be a way of doing it. The way I typically will deal with this situation is I will have that deck around me a lot of the time. So it will be like in my room or under my pillow if it's safe and in a container that you can do that, and have it present in that environment really frequently so that that energy is constantly around me and it kind of solidifies that connection. But sometimes it can just be that that deck is something that your magical practice has separated itself from. And it might be that it needs to be put to one side for now, and in a few months, few weeks, even a few years, you might find yourself really drawn back to it again. And that sometimes is just the way it is, and it might be worth maybe trying different techniques for divination. Maybe it's your subconscious saying, okay, maybe you don't need tools so much anymore, and you can work on a different style that maybe requires your own subconscious more than imagery and artwork. But either way, I hope that you can figure out what's going on. I really do. And hopefully you don't lose connection. But I'm sure, as with so many things, everything's kind of cyclical again. And you'll probably find that one day you'll just be like, you know what I really want to use today? I want to use that deck. And then all of a sudden it'll be like a love affair starting all over again. Can you recommend somewhere that I could buy an athame and a bowline from? This is actually... It's a tricky one, because the one place I would always recommend people get it from doesn't exist anymore. So I would say support pagan creators, Etsy. And if you can, make sure that what you are purchasing is handmade by them. Etsy's got an awful thing at the minute where it's allowing people to add wholesale items on, which they're not meant to do. Pretty certain Etsy's meant to be handmade, but you'll see loads of ads that are just like wholesale products. If you see the same image again and again and again, steer clear of it. It probably isn't what you're looking for. If you can, especially with really anything like this, you're wanting someone who specializes in metalwork. So you might find that you don't end up getting it from a pagan or witchcraft creator, but you get it from someone who's very, very talented in metalwork. And they're often also under the name of letter opener. That's a really common one that is used to essentially get round the fact that a lot of people don't realize that these are religious and or ritual items. And so it isn't always permitted. But if you can get it from someone who hand makes them, they're often a little bit more expensive, but you might find something phenomenal. Oh, actually, that reminds me, let me just double check. The Museum of Witchcraft and Magic, the one in Cornwall, obviously it's going to depend on where you are. I will just check if they still have any. But they used to sell, they were in there when I went anyway in July, they used to sell athames and bowlines. Now I'm not sure, they do, yes. So there is a local blacksmith that makes them, and they don't have too many available, but there are quite a few kind of different varieties. So here you've got an athame. It's not described as necessarily being an athame, but it is, with a crescent moon one way and then a crescent moon the other. And often these are things where they need additional handles adding to them, or sometimes they have handles already. I'm just seeing if I can find any of the booleans. Yes, there it is. They do, with some antler handles. So that is an option if you are local and you want to support somewhere like that. That is an option as well. So, where was I? I was somewhere. Okay. How do you connect, worship, and or work with your deities? So, for me, it tends to be a casual approach. I don't really have that many kind of ritualistic aspects to my deity work. So with Bridget, what I will commonly do is I will burn candles as an offering. I have an oil that I will use as well. So I will dress a candle with oil and then place that candle on the altar as an offering. And usually this is done in kind of in honor and also as energetic balance to a request that I have made to her. So it will typically be that I have to burn a candle every day for 7 days, and that will be done in response to me requesting aid. So that's how I work with Bridget. With Ceridwen, similar thing. I have a big candle though, and I have an oil that I will use for her, and then anytime I need assistance, that candle is lit. I'll be honest, I don't often light it. It's a very dusty candle, mostly because I don't like my life being spun into chaos. But her energy sometimes just comes in anyway to just my day-to-day life, and she will just do it regardless because she knows I need it. And then with not Ceridwen, I was going to say Ceridwen again. With Keranos, his energy comes in a slightly different way. His energy is not based on an altar space. It is not based in a sacred location. Although, don't get me wrong, it's very, very present in the White Spring in Glastonbury. His energy for me is more in the wild spaces. It is when I am out in the woods. It is when I am out by the sea, and the sea breeze is absolutely buffeting you, and like you can't escape it. His energy is present there. And so for me, when I work with Keranos, it is very much a wild kind of energy, and it's that kind of raw energy of dancing in the woods and screaming into the ocean wind, and that kind of raw power is how I work with Keranos the most. That aspect of wilderness is something that's really, really present there and very powerful. And so I do find it is very, very different deity to deity. So I typically would not call upon the energy of Keranos when I am inside. That is typically something I would only do when I am out in that wilderness. We don't really have so much wilderness here, but that kind of wild space. Whereas the energy of Bridget and Ceridwen, I feel much more comfortable doing that in an indoor environment as well as outside, depending on circumstances. So yeah, very, very much depends on who I'm working with and why I'm working with them. Oh my goodness, thank you so much. I never know whether it's best to say this as LV, live. I'm going to go with LV because there's a space in the middle. Thank you so, so much. I'm really glad that you enjoy the streams and that you join in, and thank you for all of your support and comments and messages and all that kind of stuff. Right. I was here somewhere. Here. I'm new to tarot. If I want to pull one card a day from the major arcana, would you recommend I pull a card in the evening to reflect on that specific day, or in the morning for the day ahead? Personally, I would go in the morning. And that's mostly because if you are especially new to working with the tarot, you're more likely to align the intention with what's already happened. Like, you're more likely to look at a card and go, okay, well, all of this stuff happened during the day, therefore the card must mean this. Which means that you can often sway what that card is actually representing to suit what's already been experienced. Whereas if you do a card in the morning, then it is something where you can read a card, see the card for what it is, and then you can see through the duration of that day if what that card represented was in any aspect of your day. And it might even be in such a small minor part, but it's still present in that space. So for me, I always choose mornings over evenings just because I really want to connect with the energy of that card rather than just align the card with my day. Bum, bum, ba-dum, bum, ba-dum, bum, bum. I'm building a spell I can work over. I don't know why I said walk. Why did I say that? I'm building a spell I can work over a few months to help me get into business school. Something I can work while I study for entrance exams. Any tips for this long-term spell? Ooh, something that you can do this with. This doesn't really help, like fidget with. When you're revising, when you're working on something else, you can be, reading, looking on stuff with one hand, and doing something with this hand that is really potent and powerful. And it could even be something, I don't know the regulations everywhere, but some places will allow like things that you can't put anything inside. So lockets are kind of out, but some places will allow bracelety things. Sometimes you can have bracelety things in pockets for good fortune and stuff. It's really very much going to depend on where you are and like what the restrictions are on that. Don't do anything that's going to risk it, obviously, but anything that is even like crystal stones or something that you can be charging every time you are working towards your goal. You're repeating an action, a little bit like prayer beads in a way, that kind of action, so that as you are doing your work towards it every day, every hour, you are adding to that working again and again and again and again. And then that is something, that built up energy is something you can then take in with you. That might be that outside you have to take all of the energy that you've put into that and draw it into yourself before going in and doing what it is you need to do, whether it's interviews, whether it's exams, all of that kind of stuff. Or if you can wear something or take something in with you. I have a friend who took a malachite into exams with him that he just put on his desk, and that was just charged with energy to kind of assist that he'd added into it all. That kind of thing is a great way of doing it because it's not only like physical movement and physical energy, but it's also energetic, magical energy as well. So it's kind of like a twofold charging agent. So I don't know if that's something that could work, but it is probably what I would do in that circumstance, just to kind of really build up that energy. I grew up Christian. How do I get rid of the feeling that I have to worship in my practice? I don't want to go straight to deity or another god or goddess. I'm sure, hope I asked this right. Yeah, I mean, witchcraft is secular. So it has no religion attached onto it. You don't have to work with spirits. You definitely don't have to work with deities if you don't want to, and your magic will be just as powerful because you just go about doing things in a different way. Let me actually think about this. When did I start working with my deities? 2015, maybe. I really need to figure this out because I never entirely know. So we're looking at like 8 years of working with my deities. I must have been working then for 10 years without working with deities. My practice was not better, worse, since I started working with deities. It is simply different. And so when it comes to this kind of deep feeling of needing to worship, I think that can almost be put into learning other things. Work on yourself, work with yourself, worship yourself, honor yourself instead of having to honor something else or someone else. So work on connecting more with the land, work on connecting with your energy, being able to manipulate it, power workings with it. If you want to work with elementals, that's something you can also work with as well. You are working alongside rather than worshipping. And then you can power your workings with some really strong energy, whether that's from the land, whether that's just from yourself, the moon phases, the elements, whatever it is that you're working with, and you don't ever have to go anywhere near a deity if you don't feel comfortable doing that. And that can be, and is in many cases, just as powerful. And I understand just from other people who've spoken to me about it that it can be incredibly difficult to shake that feeling, that not not feeling comfortable if you are not worshipping something or somebody. But in that, I'd say invest that energy into making yourself more powerful in your energy and the way you can work it, and then you will never have to ever again if you don't want to. Okay. Any recent book recommendations? Ooh, okay, I am reading 3 books at the start. I'm just starting some of them. So I started this year. I mean, to be fair, I ended last year doing it as well, but I've not been reading that much non-fiction. So I am just about to start this one, which is a book that I'm actually planning on reading some of tonight. This is Sigils, Ciphers and Scripts: The History and Graphic Function of Magical Symbols by M.B. Jackson. That's this one. Now, this book, I believe, is available in a smaller version, so it's like this big instead, but it's obviously a thicker book. This is just the version I've got. If you are going to get it, I don't know if the other one is exactly the same, so I will have to check, but if it is the exact same, go for the smaller one. This is too big to fit on a bookshelf. Like, this just doesn't work. But inside, it covers, let's have a look, loads of different texts, the history behind that text. So you've got like a whole bunch of, I'm not sure if you can see that, symbolism there. What else have we got in here? You've got the geomantic characters. This is a book I've never really looked at before. It's been in my collection for a while, but I've always just kind of not necessarily put it off, but always picked something else. So the information on this one says the occult art of magical writing begins in prehistory with the creation of the 2 elemental signs called the dot or egg and the line, serpent or sperm. These 2 signs are the mother and father of all other signs, symbols and letters that have come into being. The meaning and form of these signs has been symbolically refined over the millennia by magicians. In the form of magic letters, they are signatures, literal and abstract, of the universal forces of creation from whence all knowledge originates. Concisely written and richly illustrated, this is the most accessible and informative book on the occult history and graphic origins of the signs, symbols, scripts, and ciphers of Western occultism. I have no idea how much I'm going to like this, but this is one that I'm currently about to start. I am currently reading Traditional Witchcraft, A Cornish Book of Ways by Gemma Gary. I'm rereading that again because I loved it so much the first time. And I'm also reading, I need to double check that this is the right name, I think it's called The Old Woman and the Conjurer, but I will just double check. The Old Woman and the Old Women and the Conjurers by Mike Slater. Now, I have already read this one in a paperback form, but I decided to read the hardback form because I've got it in my collection and why not? So Traditional Witchcraft, A Cornish Book of Ways goes over traditional witchcraft in Cornwall. It's one of Gemma Gary's, well no, I think it probably is Gemma Gary's most famous book. So that's for anyone who's interested in traditional witchcraft. This one, The Old Woman and the Conjurers. Oh, it is woman. The rest of the internet says woman. Women. It's not, it's The Old Woman and the Conjurers. And this one says, let's have a look. The writings of The Old Woman and the Conjurers began as a result of a complete coincidence. The author, whilst researching for a friend, discovered a story in an adjacent newspaper column containing familiar names and places. It described an attack on an old woman in a Devonshire village who was suspected of being a witch. This woman turned out to be the author's ancestor, and the subsequent investigation into her story led to the uncovering of a veritable pandemic of witch scratching, and even murder of mostly elderly women during the period studied. The figure of the village conjurer, a West Country term for somebody who would remove the evil eye, loomed large behind the scenes, along with odd connections to nonconformist and millennial religious groups. The enigmatic Exeter prophetess, Johanna Joanna Southcott and her followers made an appearance along with the Leeds witch and murderess Mary Bateman. The long-held belief that by drawing blood from a witch, one could negate her power, and also behind the famous murder of Anne Tennant in the Warwick village of Long Compton in 1875. So basically, the entire thing comes from this very, very archaic idea, and we still see this idea in witchcraft today of taglocks being significant. Like, anything that comes from that person holds power. And we see this in witch bottles and the like, where if you utilize urine, if you've been targeted by a practitioner, the practitioner's energy is inside the urine. And so by heating the urine, you irritate the practitioner that the energy came from. Similar idea here in that the pricking or the drawing of blood from someone that you believed was a practitioner was enough to counter any malicious magic that was cast upon you. The problem that you had was that a lot of the people who were accused were completely innocent, and it led to a lot of problems of people harassing elderly women and people that they suspected of practicing witchcraft. So it's one of those books that I don't think is going to give you that much practical information for modern day witchcraft, but it does give an insight into the historical belief systems and how the hysteria is the wrong word, but the collective fear by a community put people at harm's risk. So that's one that I'm currently reading, really enjoying it so far. It is, though, tremendously sad. So just brace yourself for some of it if you do want to read it yourself, because it's intense. It's kind of intense. Oh my goodness, thank you so much, Doug. Thank you. I really appreciate your support. And I love your picture. That's really cool. The purple is beautiful. Okay, and then I know there's one here. Flying Monkey. Oh, I love your name. Thank you for sharing your vast knowledge and with your usual charm and grace. Returning after a brief rest from practice. Thanks and blessings for your work. Thank you so, so much. And I hope that your return to your practice is as wonderful as it could be. Okay. Where was I? I was somewhere here-ish. Somewhere? I'm not sure. I'm here somewhere. Where was I? Ooh, here we go. Ooh, this one is really interesting, and I'm not going to be able to give you a straight answer because it's a little bit convoluted. So, hey Hearth, can you recommend some books on the following subject? Spirit communication, the face, familiars, carrying out spells better, and developing your any gifts that you may have. So, some of these, I think I can kind of give recommendations, but it might not be in the way that you're after. So, spirit communication, my favourite book is actually the one by... This is where I forget his name. Raymond Buckland. That's the one. So it is called Buckland's Book of Spirit Communication by Raymond Buckland, and it's a giant red book. If you have Audible, it is included in your membership. If you don't, you can get it on Kindle or paperback or in audio form, depending on how you want to read it. That one covers a lot of different techniques for spirit communication, though do bear in mind it is written from the perspective of spiritualism, which isn't going to be for everyone, but I did find it to be really useful. It's not necessarily going to help with spirit communication in more kind of mystical, witchy ways. It's just generally a pretty solid book on that aspect of spirit communication. For familiars, I would recommend, it's not a perfect book, do bear that in mind, but I would recommend Raven Gramassi's book on familiars. Let's get the name of that one up, because I can never remember them off the top of my head. It's called The Witch's Familiar by Raven Gramassi. If you're going to take anything out of that book, I would recommend the Spirit Familiar section. That is the superior section of that book. I am not a massive fan of the Animal Familiar section of that book, but that's because I don't personally, in my own practice, connect an animal as being a familiar, because it cannot carry out the kind of the foundation of what a familiar does. But the spirit aspect of that book is phenomenal and definitely worth a read. There's loads of seals in there that can be really useful for working with familiars, and so that bit is really, really good. Now the other ones on here, what do we have? Carrying out spells better is... that one is not necessarily going to be a book in itself. It's mostly just if you can get your foundations really, really well done, like you practice and practice and practice, it's going to make it far, far easier. So I would typically for that recommend Psychic Witch by Matt Oren. It's not necessarily as psychic as it might sound. It really focuses on the energy work of witchcraft, and so is great for kind of building up that foundation of practice and any gifts that you might have. I will always say this, and it's probably going to answer other questions later on because I get this a lot, is acknowledge them. It's so simple, so counterintuitive for so many people because they want to actively do something. But by acknowledging any time that you think you might experience a potential vision of the future, if you acknowledge when you might be seeing spirits, hearing spirits, smelling spirits, whatever it might be, you don't necessarily have to jump straight into that was 100% a spirit or that was 100% a premonition or whatever it is gift-wise that you might be experiencing, even if it's something like empathy. Just acknowledging that you experienced a weird emotion that you weren't feeling, but it seemed like someone else was. Seeing a spirit out the corner of your eye, or smelling a perfume that you don't recognize. Or waking up and thinking, that was so real, and then going through your day and that thing actually happening. You don't have to jump to the conclusion that that definitely was a premonition or whatever else, but just acknowledging that you experienced it means that we acknowledge it more and more and more. We notice it more and more often, and by acknowledging and being present when it's happening, we are essentially strengthening that because we are acknowledging and aware that it is going on. And then over time you find it gets easier and easier and easier, and it is not an instantaneous fix. I'm sure there are many ways out there that are the Fae. Oh, that makes so much more sense. Sorry, different one. But like over time, it slowly builds up. I was going to say the face was a very, very odd thing, but when it comes to the Fae, it's very much going to depend on the aspect that you want to connect with. If you are new to working with the Fae, I would recommend the Fairy Faith in Celtic countries or British Goblins. These two are not necessarily going to help you with practicing or working with the Fae, but what they do is offer you a glimpse into the interactions that people have with the Fae over extended periods of time. Some of them are first-hand accounts, others are second and third-hand accounts, but they are incredibly useful for figuring out how people perceived the Fae and how they interacted with them, which can kind of break through the facade that we have today of the Fae are like Tinkerbell or the Fae are all evil, stay away from them. It definitely walks that path in between of how people have actually experienced them. The other one for the Fae that I do recommend, I'm going to have to go and grab it because I don't remember the name of it. I know what it looks like, which isn't super helpful, but let's have a look. It is somewhere over here. So this is also a good one, so I'll grab this one as well. Yeah, I'll go for both of these. They're both pretty good. So this one is another one that's in that same vein as British Goblins and the Fairy Faith in Celtic countries. This is Fairy Legends. They're all published by the Lost Libraries, if that helps anyone find them. And I will warn you, they are very old-fashioned language and very tiny text, but they are very, very good. The other one is this one. This is called A Complete Guide to Fairies and Magical Beings by Cassandra Eason. This one is good. It's not... I would always accompany it with something else, let's put it that way, but this one covers a large, at least I believe it covers, a section on divas. I'll actually just go through the contents list. That's probably easier. So the origins of fairies, who are the fairies, the evidence of them, fairies in literature and legend, nature spirits, divas and elementals, fairies and earth energies, the darker side of fairies, the powerful fairies, fairies and the Arthurian tradition, where are the fairies, and an A to Z of world fairies. I don't agree with all of this, which is why I would always accompany it with a different book, but this one is fairly good for kind of starting out connections. And my favourite bit, I think, of all of it is the section at the back. It's not massive, but it's this A to Z of world fairies that starts here. And it covers a whole range in here. So you've got like the Banshee, you've also got Boggart, which is a spirit that I've had personal association with. And I very much recognise that kind of spirit in my own experiences, which usually tells me that there's definitely something right here. They also include brownies, which is another one that I've had personal experience with. And so if I can find a book that very much aligns with my own first person experiences, then it does gives me hope that the author is good at the topic that they are talking about. It's not always going to be that everyone's information aligns, but I did find that this one was pretty good alongside something like Fairy Legends, Fairy Faith in Celtic Countries, or British Goblins. It's a pretty good kind of blend. I would just say, in slight warning of fairy magic books, it's really important to make sure that you are getting fairy magic and not the fairy tradition, which is spelt the same. Two very different paths, and the books can get kind of confused. I know I've seen personally a lot of people recommend books on the fairy tradition, which is not fairy magic. It is a completely different thing, and that can really confuse a lot of people, so just bear that in mind. Whew. That was a lot. Sorry about that. a lot of talking. Right. Where was I? Here we go. So, at 1:11 on the 1st, I always get confused by this. I'm going... is this the 1st of December or the 1st of January? I'm going to assume it may be American and it's the 1st of January, because Americans put all of their numbers the wrong way around. Well, it's wrong to me, not wrong to you. I did an abundance spell that includes a 7-day candle. I've missed lighting and chanting for 2 days running because of a family emergency. Does this affect my spell? It could, but you don't have to let it. So this is ultimately going to depend on how you have done this working. Is the candle imbued with energy in advance and you are simply releasing it? Because in which case, you can then just keep burning it for another 5 days as though nothing has ever happened and just allow the rest of that energy to be released. If you are still imbuing it with energy every day with the chanting that you are doing on it, then I would say perhaps add an additional 2 days onto the 5 days that you've got left, if possible, to give an extra oomph to the energy that you do have left that you need to add into it again. I would just pick it up though from where I left it off, especially because you started it on a significant day. Just try and continue that energy and maybe just add a little bit more to kind of give it a push in the right direction. Right, this is one that I am not going to be able to answer, but maybe someone else will. So this is any resource recommendations for studying, I can never say this, demonolatry. I can never say this. Basically, working with demons or infernals. I've been drawn to learning recently, but my religious upbringing makes me nervous to learn. I have found books on this subject are not super commonplace, not because the subject isn't incredibly informative and really interesting, but because a lot of larger publishers don't like publishing it. There's definitely some out there, but if you have in the chat any specific recommendations, do let me know. I tend to not get books on the subject, mostly because I've never really dived into the subject much, but I would love to know if anyone does. That would be really cool. I am wondering, I'm trying to think of who it would be. I'm just going to check a few publishers to see. Because when I'm in Courtyard Books, there's often quite a lot of books on this subject, and I always think they look really interesting, but I never ended up getting them. And I'm wondering if this is the publishers that I am thinking of. Let's have a look. See if it is. If anyone's wondering, I'm looking at Three Hand Press at the minute, which covers some really, really fascinating slightly darker subjects. I'm just going to open a few different ones and see if any of them really catches my eye on this. They are the publishing house that does the 13 Pathways of Occult Herbalism, Plants of the Devil by Corinne Boyer, as well as Beneficium by Daniel A. Schulke. These are all really, really popular books that are done through this publishers. So this one is called Underworld Gnosis, Occult Currents in Dante's Inferno. So they do this kind of side of practice in here. You've got this one, which is the Moribund Portal, which is Spectral Resonance and the Human of the Gallows, which is kind of slightly another one. You have the Luminous Stone, which is Lucifer in Western Stoicism, and they do this kind of category. So it could be worth, if you're interested in that side of magical practice, to check out Three Hand Press. They do have some really unusual, like this one, Children of Cain. This has been on my list for a while as well, which is a study of modern traditional witchcraft. Like really, really cool books. Could be worth checking out if you are interested in them. Right, where was I? I don't know where I was. Oh no. I see. Yeah, this is a question that really no one is able to answer because it is entirely dependent on your individual belief systems. For me, I am firmly in the scientific evolutionary camp, and I always have been because that's just my background. But this is, can you tell me how humans were made? I mean, like some religions believe in being made by their god and others believe in the evolution theory. I've looked and cannot find anything. You will find a whole abundance of different varieties. Different religious beliefs will have different mythologies and origin stories. Personally, I am in the camp of evolution. That is where I sit. But depending on who you ask and the path and practice that they follow, you're going to get a completely different answer because realistically, we don't know anything for certain. We can only go off theories and most likely hypotheses. And so no one has got the true belief system, let's put it that way, of the only way that you can believe. You know, everyone is going to be so unique. Hi Hearth, I don't think I have spirits in my house, but since following you, I'm wondering, don't you ever feel like you don't have privacy? I mean, going to the toilet, being intimate with someone. It's really not like that, to be honest. The spirits I have in my space, when you're like reading or you're in a quiet room, you do feel that kind of ever-present, looming, someone is watching you and you don't know it kind of feeling. But generally speaking, for other things, spirits have far better things to be doing with their time. Even if they're stuck in one place, they're often doing something else. And so some people might experience issues with that. I never have. And also boundaries exist, even with spirits. So you can tell spirits that you cannot enter a particular space, put wards up for those particular areas. But generally speaking, I work on the principle that if they're a spirit, they're going to be doing spirity things, and usually I'm not that interesting. I'm usually sitting and reading a book and then reading it again because I wasn't paying attention for half of it because my brain was somewhere else. You know, I'm not a very interesting person, so I find that they tend to do their own things. Would you recommend any... I'm on the wrong one. Okay, I'm going to answer this one anyway. I realised I was on the wrong tab. Do you recommend any witchy subscription boxes or magazines? How can I say this as nicely as humanly possible? I used to run a witchcraft subscription box actually, and I found that after lockdown and everyone was struggling financially, I've had to kind of put that on pause because there's simply no money in doing the ones I used to do. The ones that you find being particularly popular are more witch aesthetic than they are actual witchcraft, and that isn't necessarily bad. it's just not what I personally am after, and it might not be what you're after too. So a lot of the most prevalent witchy boxes out there are mostly for witchy aesthetic. So there'll be a lot of items in them that look really pretty. Personally, as an active practitioner, they aren't things that I would necessarily want to use in my own practice. And so for me, it isn't something that I would need, and it's not something that I would necessarily use. I would rather go for individual items. I know what I'm getting and I know I'm going to put them to use. It is perfectly fine if you like the subscription boxes and you really like what's in it, that is fantastic. But if you aren't sure, have a look at previous items and previous boxes from a very critical standpoint and really ask yourself if the items are things that you would actually use. Because if you wouldn't, then perhaps buying individual items will be better. If you definitely would, there are so many out there. Just check out reviews, check out the things that they offer in their boxes and see if it works for you, but it just won't work for everybody. Okay. Ooh, have you read The Green Mysteries by Daniel A. Schulke? It's nearly impossible to find a copy. I haven't, but I would love to. Let me just double check that I didn't see this one, because I will probably kick myself. No, I would love to though. This is one that I have had kind of in my goal pile for a long time, and I just never, and like you, never seen it. It's always been one of those where if I see it, I will get it. I haven't, so I couldn't. So maybe one day I will be able to get hold of a copy and see what it's like. But other work is phenomenal. Same author's work, amazing. Just never seen that one. Would evergreen branches that wild bunnies have chewed the bark off till less smooth and interesting make good wands? Do wild hairs have significance in witchcraft? Yes and yes. That is a perfect way of actually creating a wand if you do resonate with the energy of the tree as well as the energy of the animals that have been a part in its creation. I mean, as long as you are asking permission from the tree and you are then taking it respectfully, it could be an amazing tool to work with. And yeah, hairs are very significant. You just have to look at different pagan artwork and the kind of animals that you will see repeated time and time again. You will often see the green man face, not technically an animal, but I will include it in here. You see hares, deers, you also see foxes an awful lot, and wolves are another one, especially in North America. Very, very powerful symbols of rebirth, of growth, the kind of returning to the earth and then coming out again in the spring is something that is very, very symbolic, and that's why hares are seen as a symbol of Ostara and even Imbolg in certain areas, because they do have that cyclical significance, and they also are believed to be able to traverse different realms. They can travel to the underworld, to the other world, because they are able to live both above and below, and that's really powerful, just symbolic wise, and so they're used a lot in pagan and witchcraft imagery. Can you please tell us a simple spell for success? No. And here, just a little bit of background to that is that there's no such thing as a simple spell, because even the most simplistic of item lists, even the most simplistic of words, has a lot of kind of background stuff that goes into it. There's a lot of energy work, there's a lot of focusing on your particular goals, reducing it down into being something really symbolic that you can focus on specifically, and it's also going to be very unique situation to situation. Spells ideally should be adapted heavily for your particular outcome. So there's many, many different spell books out there. There's loads of spells that are available online, and you might well find one that you can then further adapt to be exactly what it is that you need. I'm never going to be able to give that perfect, simple spell, because there's just so much more to it that will target it directly for what you want and what you need, and also the things that you have, the way that you're able to do it, your preferred style of practice. There's just too much in there for me to be able to just give you something that will just instantaneously guaranteed work, because I am not directly linked to that scenario. Ooh, I've just bought a spell a day almanac for 2024. I had one of those last year. They are very, very good. If I forget to do a spell on a specific day within a certain month, would it be okay to do another spell within another month? That depends on whether or not you are working with the energies of that day or not. Because the spell a day almanacs, I had the one from Llewellyn last year, really, really good. They work with the planetary bodies of that particular date and the placement of everything. So if I were to take my 2023 almanac and attempt to translate it into 2024, it wouldn't work the same as it would have in 2023, because although things might be similar, they aren't in the same placement. And that's why even down to like the incenses that it will recommend on a particular day, they will dramatically change year to year because it's based on the prevalent planetary bodies at that given time. So all of the spells you can do on different days if that's what you want to do, but you aren't going to be able to tap into the energy of that particular day that it's recommended on a different day in a different month, because unless you can get everything to line up the same, it's never going to come out quite the same way. But you can definitely adapt them. So for instance, if a particular spell is recommended because Venus is in this particular placement, you can still do that on a Friday. If you wanted to, you can just adapt that to being done on a Friday. It's not going to be the same, but it is still going to have a similar vibe to it that you can then add into that working. Don't know why I've got Seven Nation Army in my head for some strange reason. Oh dear. Where was I? I'm somewhere here. Oh goodness, I actually don't even know where I am. Oh no. Oh, okay. I can't really answer this one super duper well, but I will still say it anyway because I'm sure other people will have their own ideas on this. My husband is curious about other perspectives on demons other than Catholic. Do you have any book recommendations for this? Not so much how to work with them, but the history and who they essentially are. I would say with this, I don't have any specific book recommendations, but feel free, anyone in the chat, if you do, feel free to put it in the chat and let everyone know. But it is essentially, instead of looking at the princes, like the higher demons, because the higher demons are what you will often see in ceremonial style work, especially those based on Catholicism, it kind of the princes of hell, the circles of hell. The higher demons are often named. I mean, you can look into the works of, what is his name? Brain, mush, words, name. Aleister Crowley, that's who I was thinking of. You can look into the works of Aleister Crowley, who, at least I think it was Aleister Crowley, watch it not be now. He essentially connected with and drew many of the princes of hell, basically, and there's drawings and documented information about them that you can look into, so that's a good option. I'm not sure how based on Catholicism that is, but a lot of these kind of princes of hell, the higher demons, are found a lot in Catholicism. If you want to look at something that isn't, then I would recommend lesser demons, lower demons. They go by many different names. These are more spirits that are in a certain category. So a lot of spirits are classified based on their characteristics. These might be the way they look, this might be the way they act, this might be where they live, what they do. So you've got like elementals, nature spirits, fair folk, demons, shades and shadow people, servitors, familiars. These are all like categories that people put different spirits in. And it could be worth looking into these lower demons, these lesser demons, and really deep diving into the history of them and how the classifications are made, because that definitely takes a step back from the very Catholic approach that some of their princes and the higher demons do follow. Right. I need to make sure I'm on the right tab because I keep getting confused because I got two tabs up for the questions. One is where I am and the other is the bottom of the chat, and I keep forgetting which one I'm on. Okay, here we go. I don't know where I was. I don't know. Where was I? Oh no. really hope this doesn't jump. I really, really hope this doesn't jump. That would be bad. Can you point me in the direction of someone that can teach about the darker side so that I can learn how to defend and deflect? That's not the darker side, surely, against demonic and spiritual attacks. I wouldn't necessarily consider that the darker side, unless we're talking about you want to learn how things are done so that you can then counter what is being done, in which case there's so many resources out there. One of my favourites is Psychic Self-Defense by Jan Brody, but I'm not sure how commonplace that is. I have recently purchased Psychic Self-Defense by Dion Fortune. However, please be warned, I have been warned myself by someone that watches the channel that the language is difficult and outdated. Take that as you will, do with that what you must, but that can be good as a way of figuring out how to deal with that kind of psychic self-defense. If we want to learn about kind of the darker side of magic, then traditional witchcraft books contain a lot of information about what people would consider more malefic, which is simply kind of one side of the coin when we're looking at traditional witchcraft. You also have... I'm just trying to have a look at some books that I have in my collection. Let's see if there's any on here that I would personally recommend. Oh, I'm not seeing any on here that I recommend. I'm trying to rack my brain for the name of the book that I'm after. Oh, that's my video. That's weird. Sorry, I just googled witchcraft books on cursing and it came up with my video thumbnail. I was like, that looks familiar. Oh, I know why that's familiar. It's because I made it. I forget what it's actually called. Next time I'm up at the bookshelf, I'm gonna have to have a look for it. But that is a book entirely on cursing that could be good to learn from. Essentially, any book that covers cursing is incredibly useful. And I know that so many people who watch my channel and all of that stuff are very against curses and they don't like it and they don't want to learn anything about it. But as with everything, it is incredibly useful to learn about something so you know how to defend against it. And therefore, I find personally having books in my collection that are slightly darker in nature are very, very useful. Even if I don't use any of the information in it directly, I can draw out information from it that I can then use in my protection workings. So really any book on that is going to be useful for figuring out how these things work so that you can then counter them later. I remember you saying you enjoy Audible. Any recent recommendations? Oh, okay. Let's see if I can get in and figure out what books are currently in my list. So I have a whole bunch in my list already. So the ones that I have currently listened to that I really enjoyed were Raymond Buckland's Spirit Communications. That was really, really good. The author is phenomenal, but also the way it was presented, the narration is amazing. I also listened to Hedge Witch by Ray Beth. Now that is one, I will forewarn you, it's not actually that's the book that I've got that I really like. Sorry, tangent. The Utterly Wicked book by Dee Morrison. That's the one I've got that I really enjoyed, so that could be one to look into. Anyway, sorry, tangent, Audible. Back on target. Hedge Witch is not about hedge witchcraft. It's about solitary Wiccan magic, and so that is gonna very, very much put some people off. I understand that, but it is a pretty good read to learn about how these things were taught and how that information was shared from literally at this point 40 years ago. Like the contents of the book happened between 86 and 87, I believe. So we're looking at something that is considerably old at this point. When we're looking at how fast everything happens now, we're looking at people who were learning via letters, and I think that's really fascinating, and I really enjoyed listening to it. I found it easier to listen to than I did reading it. The other ones that are in my library that are waiting to be read, we have The Horned God of the Witches by Jason Mankey. That's an author I already really like, so I'm going to check that one out. Tending Brigid's Flame, Awaken to the Celtic Goddess of Hearth, Temple and Forge by Lunia Weatherstone. Ceridwen, Celtic Goddess of Inspiration by Christopher Hughes. I actually, let me just double check if this is the same one. This is the same one, so I have the book in like a physical copy, but sometimes I find it easier to listen to it. Christopher Hughes is absolutely phenomenal, so I'm really excited to listen to this one. I have The Power of the Witch, The Earth, the Moon, and the Magical Path to Enlightenment by Laurie Cabot. Pre-warning with that, a lot of Laurie's work is heavily Wiccan influenced, and it isn't going to be for everyone, but I have it in my collection as a physical copy, and so if it's easier for me to read it as a digital, I can do that as well. I then also have Italian Witchcraft, The Old Religion of Southern Europe by Raven Gramassi, The Witch's Broom, The Craft, Law and Magic of Broomsticks by Deborah Blake, Weave the Liminal, Living Modern Traditional Witchcraft by Laura Tempest Zakroff. I have that in my physical collection. That one is one that I didn't really like. It was fine. I didn't dislike it. It just wasn't one of my favourites in a physical copy. So I'm wondering if I listen to it, if I'm going to get a different vibe on it. Scottish Witchcraft, A Complete Guide to Authentic Folklore, Spells and Magical Tools by Barbara Michael John Free. I've got that one in my physical collection. That one was another kind of, wasn't such a fan of it. Didn't dislike it, but also didn't love it. But I'm going to listen to that and see if I like that one more. Entering Hecate's Garden, The Magic Medicine and Mystery of Plant Spirit Witchcraft by Cindy Brannan is another on my list. And then the one that I'm currently reading, sorry, it's a lot, I know. I have a tendency to go, ooh, this one, ooh, this one. The one I'm currently reading is The Four Elements of the Wise, Working with the Magical Powers of Earth, Air, Fire and Water by Ivo Dominiquez, and that one is very, very wordy. It's intense, but it is very interesting. So sorry, that was a whole lot. Like there's a lot in there. I have a tendency to, what happens is I will add a whole bunch onto my list, and then slowly I will work through them, and then I'll add a whole bunch onto my list. A lot of them I've already read, and they're but then all books are so individual that just because I think it's a meh book doesn't mean that someone else isn't going to absolutely love it. So just bear that in mind. And also the books that I love, there's no guarantee that anyone else would love them as well. It's just personal preference. Okay. I can't really buy a lot of things for my witchcraft because I have to keep it secret. Do you have any tips for that? Try your best to work with your energy as much as possible. The more you can work with your energy, the easier it's going to be for you to work without having additional tools and items. If you can, learn how to work with sigils. That's a great way of having very few items but getting a really effective result. They don't have to be carved into things or drawn on anything external. You can even I use this. Ironic that I've got it right here. It's because I did my eyebrows while sitting right here. This is an eyeliner pen, like an eyebrow pen, and it's got like a brush tip on it. So you can draw sigils onto yourself and charge them as you are doing them. Keep it under a long sleeve because it's long wearing. It tends to not come off when you rub it, but just make sure. And then you can have sigils on yourself. You can work with them, wear them, charge them throughout the day. You can adapt them depending on what you need so that you don't have to have additional items. You can just work with what you've got. There's so much you can do. You can work with the elements. You can work out in nature. You can simply work with your words. You can work with music, with dancing. So many options. Focus on your energy though first and foremost, because that then is going to easily translate. If you end up having a lot of, if you have, what am I saying this? If you end up with items in the end, then you'll never have to worry all that much about it because that energy work is just so significant that you can easily translate it from one to another. Okay. Where was I? I am somewhere. How do we set up triggers on wards to know when something was caught or when the ward is weakened? Do you have examples? So for me, and it's going to depend on how you set it up, my wards aren't designed to contain anything. So I never have to worry too much about that because unless we're talking about, say, a witch bottle, in which case often it will change colour, it will become kind of funky. I've even had people send photos to me, which some of them are absolutely phenomenal, that I've had sent to me, of witch bottles where between one day and the next, they'll have like 2 different witch bottles that were made at the same time, on the same day, with the same materials. One was in one place, one was in another. And one witch bottle between 1 hour and the next has gone from being the original colour to being black. Like, it has literally gone from being like see-through and pale to being full opaque black, and yet it is completely sealed. It's still got like all the wax on the top, the lid is still completely sealed on it, nothing has broken it. It's the exact same as it was when they took the first picture. All of a sudden it's completely changed. So if we're talking about witch bottles, you'll often find that things will change colour, things will just look different, the energy of it will also be really different. You may find that anything that is a physical object, if that ward has been breached and it's linked to something like a crystal, like a bottle of herbs, for instance, they will break. So that crystal that was sitting on a shelf in one piece will now be in 2 pieces, or that glass bottle that had loads of herbs in it will be cracked. That's a really good sign that something is broken. If it's a witch bottle, then something might have changed colour-wise. If we are talking of something more like an energetic ward, if you have servitors linked to it, they will often come and let you know. You can also sense the energy of that ward to see how strong that energy is and whether or not you need to add additional protections to it. That is a good option. And honestly, it really is going to depend. My wards are not designed to necessarily contain anything, whereas like one of my witch bottles perhaps would. My wards are generally there as additional barriers for protection, and in which case I'll be told by one of my servitors, yeah, you need to do something about this. And oftentimes you can feel it in other ways as well. So if, for instance, you have a crystal put in place that is dedicated to be a protection stone, and even if it's not linked to the ward, it can be really useful to do this anyway, is if you have it nearby and all of a sudden it breaks, that's generally a sign that something has impacted that ward, and so it has caused that energy to kind of crack that stone. And that's typically how I always do it. It's about regular checking, linking a servitor to it if you can, checking for colour changes or disruptions to stones or any object that is being used to represent that. So if you're, for instance, using a like a metal charm that is used as your protection, then you might find that all of a sudden, between one day and the next, there's no reason for it, it's suddenly tarnished. And you have no idea how it's happened. Or if you have a protection necklace on, for instance, that is kind of your personal protection, all of a sudden it will break. And you didn't pull on it, you didn't tug it, you didn't do anything to it, but all of a sudden it's broken. That's a sign that we need to be doing some cleanses and we need to be putting up more protections. Okay. Have you started to work with Minerva? Any information you can provide? No, unfortunately not, and I have no plans at any time soon to do that. I think 3 deities for me is quite enough, otherwise I will just have way too much on my hands. Do you work with any spirits or demons? I work with quite a lot of spirits, but no demons are being actively worked with. Not opposed to doing it, but at the minute it's not been a necessary thing. So I work with several different servitors. I will work with ancestors, spirits of place, land wights, as well as elementals, nature spirits, anything like that I will work with. I have not had actually that many encounters with demons in this area, which I have in other areas. I think in some places they're more prevalent than others. So I haven't necessarily worked with any at the moment, which I feel like I might need to kind of go elsewhere and see what the energy is like in other places, because whether it's simply that I'm not kind of attuned to it at this particular time or whether it's the location, I'm not sure, but we'll have to see. I did not see this. Thank you so much, Isabel, for your support. How do you link objects energetically to each other and other energy sources? So essentially, I don't know how to describe this in a way that makes the most sense. So when we are working with that energy is tethered to us until we choose to release it. So we might raise that energy. It is centered. We can then direct it out into our hands to energy sense, say an object that's right in front of you. You would push your energy out into that object and then draw it back in again. So that energy is still linked to you. If you want to put energy into that object and then have it charged, you are going to want to push your energy into that object until you feel comfortable with it, and then you would manually disconnect that energy from yourself. So you're essentially stopping the energy in its tracks. It kind of just lingers in that object that you have created. If you want something to be linked to something else, you are going to have to connect them. So for instance, if we're working with the moon, if we want to attach a working onto the moon, you are going to want to reach your energy out, direct that energy back to you. So you are linking to the moon's energy, drawing it in like you would if you were grounding and you were drawing it up from the earth. You want to push your energy out, attach it onto the energy that you want to work with, and then pull it in towards you. That energy then gets pushed out into the object that you want to attach it onto. So you are essentially lassoing some energy from something else and then linking it onto the object that you are working with. And then you are going to disconnect yourself from it entirely. So your energy is now no longer involved. The moon is connected to, say, the crystal that you want to charge. You have used your energy to link it, and then when you disconnect your energy, that link between the two stays in place. I don't know if that is going to be a super helpful description, but that's basically the only way that I can visually kind of explain what it feels like. But you are kind of a tool for connecting that energy. But once that energy has been connected, you are no longer required. It is a little bit like, say, connecting a rope to a weight at the bottom. You have to be involved in connecting the weight to the solid object that you want to support that weight. You take the rope, you connect it, you then draw it down, connect it to the thing that you want to be held, and then you can step back. And as long as you have connected it well enough, like you've woven that energy in well enough, you can take a step back from that situation and that rope is going to stay in place. And it takes practice, because if you don't weave it in enough, that energy will kind of disconnect again. But if you do it a few times, get some practice in, 4 or 5 times of doing it, you can get it so that energy will stay and then it will kind of perpetually power. Not sure if that was actually useful. And then disconnecting it is, it depends on disconnecting what. If it's disconnecting your personal energy, you simply draw your personal energy back into yourself again. And you are essentially just severing it from what it was attached to. If you are disconnecting the energy that you've linked from something else to an object, you would cleanse the object if you wanted to. You can do an energetic cutting. So you are essentially just with your own energy severing that connection so that it will go back one way and then the other energy will go back the other. So you've got 2 separate objects then that have their own separate energy that you can then work with individually. It's going to be very dependent on how you visually represent things as to whether that's going to be any use or not. But that is simply how I do it. Oh, what I meant by the Cyprian question is if it is a trickster or if it was a real connection. I have beef with Instagram and TikTok, okay? I have beef with it because TikTok has got this obsession with trickster spirits. And don't get me wrong, trickster spirits do exist, but they are nowhere near as prevalent as people are making it out to be. And it does definitely depend on where you are in the world. Trickster spirits are definitely more prevalent in some places than others. But TikTok has made everyone scared that every single spirit they are dealing with is a trickster spirit. In all of my years of practice, I've dealt with a trickster spirit once. Once? Yeah, once. And that was when we went to brought into a house to figure out what the energy was going on in the house. And the people in the house believed that it was a young girl that was in the property that was kind of disrupting things because she was upset. When we got in there, it was definitely not a young girl. That is the only time that I can remember off the top of my head where I've dealt with a trickster spirit. And I've dealt with a lot of spirits. So I think, generally speaking, best way of doing this is to do your research on the deity, the spirit, the entity that you are working with. It's especially easy if you are working with deities, because there's a lot of mythology, legend, stories that surround them. So have a look at the mythology, have a look at the legends and the symbolism, and also talk to people who also work with them. And I've got the hiccups now. Their experiences might be different from yours, but they're often kind of different sides of the same coin. And so you'll find patterns coming through again and again and again. And if at the end of all of that, what you're experiencing doesn't seem to line up with anything that you know, then you might be dealing with something untoward. However, if everything that you're doing is seemingly working fine, if everything is connecting the dots, if other people who are working with them are also experiencing the exact same things you are, it is much more likely that you are dealing with that actual deity or spirit or whoever it is that you're working with, rather than everyone in the world dealing with a trickster spirit. And TikTok does this thing. I do kind of have beef with TikTok in general because they're not a great company, but the practitioners on TikTok I don't necessarily have a beef with. It is simply that fear spreads so quickly, and I don't think it's anyone's fault. I don't think anyone is doing anything wrong per se. It is just the platform is just very prone to these things going viral and scaring the living daylights out of people. And even that trickster spirit that I dealt with, well, it wasn't just me that dealt with it, it was several of us that dealt with it. Even that trickster spirit didn't stay a trickster spirit for that long. Like, it wasn't that they were so good at it that they were concealing it super well. You know, once you kind of poked a little bit, it really showed that their story and their actions weren't lining up. And I definitely think that TikTok has a thing with fear going viral. I mean, we had it with the Fae a few years ago. We've now got it with trickster spirits. So just be sure, double, triple, quadruple check. I nearly said double checkle. That's not what I meant. Double, triple, quadruple check that what you are seeing everywhere is something that really resonates and that other people are also experiencing, and that it fits in with where you are as well, because in some areas there are far more trickster spirits than others. And so take a look at local folklore, mythology, legend, that kind of stuff, and you'll see fairly quickly how prevalent something like that is in the lore of a particular area. And if it's not particularly prevalent, then it's quite unlikely that you wouldn't experience it that often in comparison to other places that do deal with it a lot. So this is going to jump any minute now. I'm really tentatively scrolling because I just know it's going to go. This is one where I think people aren't actually researching where you can get things from, and that's no one's fault. It just is what it is. So if you don't mind me asking, what are your thoughts on books by authors such as Nigel Pearson becoming increasingly expensive on Amazon? Don't buy on Amazon, please. Traditional witchcraft books are skyrocketing. Amazon is notorious for causing problems for authors. So I would recommend, if possible, try to avoid Amazon. I know that it isn't always the easiest, but I would recommend going to the publisher, supporting the author on the author's website, going to the publisher. You can buy books from Troy Books. You don't need to get them from Amazon, who buys them from third-party sellers. You can go to Troy Books and you can get books from them. You can go to Three Hand Press and buy books from them. You can go to Black Letter Press and buy books from them. A lot of the authors have their own websites where you can buy their own books on the website. If in doubt, try and not use Amazon, because a lot of the time it's really harmful to the witchcraft community in general. I mean, I could go on and on about Amazon, Temu, AliExpress, all of these ones, especially Temu though is the worst, simply because of how the witchcraft community is being kind of undermined massively. if you can go as close to the source as you can, you do not need to be paying £150 for Traditional Witchcraft by Gemma Gowrie. It's in print. You can buy it for $15.99 off the website. You don't need to be paying like crazy prices for it. That's just how it is. And it is just the unfortunate thing is that it's kind of the first place that people will go. And it's a shame because it's definitely, it's not somewhere that you need to go first. Definitely not. Go to the small businesses, go to the publishers, go to the witchcraft shops. That is going to be where you can get the best value, and you know that the product is legitimate as well. Like, please, warning for everyone, don't buy tarot decks off Temu, don't buy books off Temu. They are not real. They are, if you're seeing like the Rider-Waite-Smith deck on Temu, I got an advert for it the other day. If you're seeing it on Temu for 71 cents, it's not real. It is a stolen design that is being mass produced in terrible conditions. Please always be careful. Just generally speaking. Right. And this is all alleged. I will say that so that I don't get sued, but I don't want anyone to get something that isn't what they were hoping for. That's what I'm always fearful of, is people, like artists, having their work distributed without their permission, and then customers thinking that they've got the real book or the real tarot deck, and it turns out that it's actually not real, and that's why the quality's not good. So, where was I? Oh, it is going to jump really bad. Oh my goodness! Oh my, your deck is amazing. Sorry. Hi Harv, the creator of the Game of Thrones tarot here. I'm glad you like my deck. It was amazing. Due to some Instagram bug, I'm unable to reach out to you. Is there some alternative method to make contact? Unfortunately, I only use Instagram. I'm gonna have to, I mean, you can always go through the business Instagram, I suppose. That might work. That's also in the description box, the Witch's Heart. Your deck is absolutely incredible. So if I can, I'll try and find you on Instagram so I can repost you, because your stuff is amazing. Okay. Oh, gosh darn, I knew it was going to jump. I knew it. Oh my goodness, where was I now? I guarantee that I will have missed some questions. Oh no, I really hope I haven't. Okay, I'm just gonna have to go from here, and I'm gonna have to try and go faster, because I love just getting into topics, but like there's so much that I need to get through. What is the name of the wall paint? So I have two. This one, oh my god, everything is mirrored. The brown one on my left is probably your right, is called Peat Bog, and it's by Valspar. Peat Bog. This green behind me is discontinued. It was called Wind in the Willows by Valspar, but it was one of their limited collections, but it is just like it's like a mossy dark green. It looks paler on camera though than it does in real life, so do bear in mind that it is considerably darker in real life. It's still lovely though, but yeah, they discontinued it, which I was really sad about. The pendulum can tell your past, present, your past, future, and more. Yeah, I mean, it depends on who you're working with, what you're working with, the energy that you're working with. If you're working with yourself, it can tell you a lot about your subconscious, and also your psychic mind is working all the time, even if you don't recognize it, and so it can tell you a little bit about the things that are coming up in the future, especially if you are working with deities and spirits. They can also assist you in that regard. Is there any type of way or things you can do to work with the changing seasons? I already love doing this in my mundane life, but I'd love to add my magical practice into that. I would look into the workings that you can do around the Sabbath celebrations. Now, not all of the Sabbats are going to apply to everywhere around the world, and you might not resonate with all of the Sabbats, but a lot of the Sabbats, well, some of them are fire festivals. A lot of the other ones are focused on nature and the changing of seasons and the harvest and the growing cycle. And so any workings that you see around, for instance, like Lammas, Mabon, Ostara especially, Beltane, these like tipping points between seasons, you can then incorporate into your magical practice even if you don't follow the Sabbats, and you can adapt the workings to suit where you are in a in your particular area, because obviously if you are in, I always use this as an example, but if you're in Alaska, your seasons are going to be very different than if you live in England, which is going to be very different than if you were living in Australia, for instance. So you can adapt those celebrations to match, but the Sabbats could be a good starting point, like a springboard so that you can begin working with that kind of thing in your magical practice. I'm always wondering if I'm actually sensing a tree or plant energy correctly. I can sometimes just sense it by talking to it in my head, but the doubt that I'm making up that answer creeps me out. Oh, that's exactly how I do it too. What I find though is the answers come differently than I would say talk myself. So sometimes they're in a completely different voice, which is weird because even when I'm reading books, all of the characters sound the same. My brain just narrates everyone as talking like me, which is kind of weird. But I will often then get voices that are come in that are very, very different. I've even got names of different spirits coming through, particularly trees, and it is in a language that I don't speak. And when you actually look up that name, it comes with a translation and you're like, how? Because there's no way that is something that I could have created and have it be so accurate. You might find that things come through in different languages, things come through and override your own thought process, which is weird when it happens because you'll be talking and then it's like they butt in. And so it's like another voice overlaying on top of your own inner narration. It's really, really weird. But I would say, what's the worst that happens? If it is just you having a deeper connection to the natural world by having a mental conversation with something, that is no different than someone having a conversation with their cat and getting a positive feeling from that interaction. That cat might meow back at you again, but it probably doesn't know exactly what you're saying, and you can't necessarily translate that, but it still gives that positive feeling of having a connection. So worst comes to worst, if you are literally just talking to a plant and that is it, then that's still an enjoyable experience, and it means that you are connecting deeper to the world around you. And then if it is the plant that is interacting back at you again, then that's even better. So to me, anyway, the outcome is good or better. And that's a pretty decent outcome. And you will find that over time, things tend to align a little bit more. So you can figure out what is you and what is something else coming through. And then when that happens, it almost like clicks everything in the past into place as well. It's just getting to that point. Some of these questions I have answered in other questions earlier on. For instance, like how do you connect energies and that kind of thing is from earlier questions and answers. So I'm not going to be repeating that, but I have already answered that earlier on. Can you ask a higher power to send you a familiar spirit? Yeah, you can do that if you want to. So if this is the best reference that I can give. Now, some of you are not going to like it if you don't like the show, but in the first episode of The Chilling Adventures of Sabrina, season 1, at least I think it was the first episode, Sabrina goes out into the woods and essentially calls for a spirit to come forwards that can be her familiar. That's essentially what you can do, is reach out and ask. You can go out into a natural space and ask. You can ask in your environment if a familiar spirit, if a spirit would like to become a familiar of yours, would they please enter that space? You can do it with deities. You can ask a deity if they are able to send a spirit that they entrust in assisting you as a familiar, if that can come towards you, and you can do it that way as well. So you definitely can. Can you talk about the goddess? Which one? Because my tradition doesn't have just one goddess. And even many Wiccan traditions don't have just one goddess. They have many different goddesses that all kind of fall under this general term of goddess for the purpose of books or talking to people outside of covens and that kind of thing. It's like I have random adverts in my head. Any advice on how to do pagan rituals such as offerings to a deity without using magic? Well, if it's a pagan ritual, doesn't have to include magic because it's not witchcraft. It's just a repeated action that is done by people who follow a tradition that falls outside of Abrahamic religions but under the pagan umbrella. So on Imbolg, if you want to just leave out an oatcake for Bridget, then you can just do that and say thank you. That's all you need, is just to enter into that space, leave an offering with thanks. You can ask for things, you can be grateful for things that have happened in your life, and then you can say thank you and leave that situation. There doesn't have to be anything more to it unless you want to, because like rituals are just things that we would do again and again and again in that sense of the word. So you don't need to add any magic to it if you don't want to. That is perfectly fine. Any artists that sell jewelry that you like? Yes, and I think, let me just double check. I have a video on this that's still up. Watch it not be there anymore. Let's see. Videos. See if it's still up. Yeah, it's called Favourite Witchy and Pagan Jewellery. I posted it 2 years ago. Oh my goodness, I might need to do another one. But yeah, there I shared a whole bunch of my different pagan pieces that I really, really like. And if I could, I included the artists who created it. I might end up having to do an update on that though, because there's a few additional things that I would love to be able to include. So maybe that's another video for the future. Oh, do you use the blank rune in the Elder Birthmark? It wasn't part of the original. I'm on the fence. It was popularised in modern times as far as I've discovered. Yeah, it's a pretty modern edition. Personally, I do use it, and I use it for one very set reason. And that is that in tarot, if there's no answer to my question, I will get absolutely no feeling on which card I should draw. Nothing comes out, and it's like, okay, never mind. If I do pendulums, if my pendulum shakes, it means I don't know, or try again later, or reword the question. When I'm doing Elder Birthmark readings, if I get the blank rune coming out of that bag, it is a sign that this question can't be answered at this given time, or the answer is clouded, and so there's no information that I can gain on it. I might be able to then draw a few others that might give me some hints to it, but that first rune, the blank rune, is telling me there's not really much that we can give you right now, try again later. And that's how I've always used it, and I find it really useful in that regard. Just as a, I don't know, maybe reword it, try again in a week, that kind of a rune. But I know a lot of people choose to not use it because it is an addition. Some people will also use it as a replacement rune if one of their runes goes missing. So a few different ways to do it. I just generally use it as an I'm not sure, I don't know kind of a thing. Can spirits read what someone is writing? Yes. Well, maybe not all, but certainly yes. There's a reason why spirit boards exist. You can make a spirit board with just a piece of A4 paper and you just write all of the letters on it and then numbers and then a yes and a no. And the fact that they can recognise the spirit board that has been drawn by you means that they must be able to read. And I see no reason why they wouldn't be able to. I have a particular spirit that likes me to read to them. I have to read a chapter or a paragraph of every book that I get because they want to read. So they obviously understand. Maybe not all will understand, and it obviously depends also on that particular spirit. I don't know how it works, but you might find that spirits that could not read and were unable to read and write in life perhaps couldn't read in death either. So you might find that happens. And also different languages. If you've got ancestors or spirits present that speak and read a different language, then maybe they're not going to be able to understand, whereas others maybe would. Right. Ooh, what about giving your real name to spirits? Should we all have a witch name to go by with spirits and contracts? It depends on who you're working with, obviously. If you're working with servitors, that tends to be fine for you to use your real name because it's a spirit that you have created. If you're using or working alongside familiars, you might feel comfortable with it because it is a very close relationship that you've got there that might last for an entire lifetime. If you are dealing with other spirits that are perhaps more temporary in your practice, there is a reason that a lot of people have a witch name. Now, this will vary person to person as to why they have it. Some people will have it when in covens or in groups to be able to identify themselves in a group of people where maybe multiple people have the same name. Some people will have a witch name to give them a sense of anonymity if they do feel uncomfortable practicing witchcraft and being open about it in their job or in their life. Other people will have a witch name for this exact reason, for spirits and interactions, so that they are using something that still represents them, but it is not a direct link to them. The one thing I will say that you should never, ever, ever use is your true name. That is not your birth name, that is your true name. True names are really, really hard to find, but if you find it, your true name will be the same every single incarnation that you have from the very start to the very end. And that is something that you should never tell anybody. And that includes spirits. That's the one that I would say you definitely don't use. Other names, it's going to depend on how comfortable you are. Ever found yourself in the situation working with entities and you became afraid? Working with? No. Interacting with? Yes. Because I never work with anything that I don't feel comfortable working with. However, I have been in several situations with spirits that I did not want to be in simply because of being in that space. So that is something that I have found, but once you get yourself out of that situation, it tends to calm down. Right. I was here. Is there a way to find out if you're taking on the negativity of others or multiple others? How would you go about cleansing something like that? The same way you would cleanse normally. So generally speaking, you should probably have protections on energy on anyway for unwanted energy, where I really did just merge that sentence together. And they will often help, but they're not going to be up forever. You'll often find that you'll just notice changes in how you react to people. It is, of course, important that you don't dismiss symptoms that could be medical for something that is magical. So you might find that you are more frustrated, annoyed, you might be more agitated with people, snappier with people, you might find that you're not sleeping as well, you have bad dreams. These things, though, can be akin to stress and other health conditions, so do make sure you have that checked out, but that can be something that you notice. Every week, though, I'd recommend doing a cleanse. You can do this with smoke, you can do this with sound, you can do this with water. Cleansing bath is a great way of doing it, or even a shower. I just do it in the shower because it's easier. You stand under the water, you envision all of that cleansing water washing over you, and while it's washing over you, it's taking all of this gunk off you. Just think venom. That gooey, sticky gunk venom. Not like the liquid, the character venom, obviously. And just imagine it all being washed away from you and down the drain. And you should really be upping your protections if you are finding you need to do this more and more frequently. Ooh, can you use plants and trees for spying spells? Most definitely. It's actually a long-standing belief that you should never tell your secrets under a willow tree, because the willow leaves will whisper and tell your secrets to other people. So generally speaking, keep your lips shut under a willow tree. And yeah, other plants can be used for this as well, especially plants that live in large groups. And so you'll often find birches love whispering to one another, and there's usually a lot of them, and so you can get information from one side of a forest to the other simply by the birch trees and their connection to one another. Trees are also all linked together by fungi and mycelium, so that's another way of doing it where you're working with both the tree and also the fungi as well. So that's kind of a different alternative route. And yeah, I mean, the energy of not the individual plant, but the collective energy of plants crosses between individuals. So like the energy of an apple tree or the apple tree is present in all apple trees. The individual energy is different, but the collective energy is always the same. And so you and your friend might have one plant each, for instance, and that plant might have been taken from the same original plant, and then that has a connection so that you can have a connection with one another via the plants, which is a cool way of doing it. Right, I was oh, I love that song. The song We All Come From the Goddess and the different regional goddess names included are awesome. Do you know the origin of this? Can it be Wiccan? So let's I love that song, by the way. It's one of my favorites of all time. I want to have a look though where if it comes up with an original for it. Let's have a look, see, because it's been done by so many people. Generally though, I always assumed that it was about just connecting with like the fundamental aspects of self, that like goddess aspect that is present in all areas of the world. And by the way, people often think that you can't work with goddesses or connect with goddess energy if you don't fit into a very certain category, and you definitely can. Like everyone has goddess and god energy in them. It doesn't it isn't like polar opposite ends of a spectrum, you know what I mean? Like everyone has like a mix, a bit like the elements. Everyone has all of the elements in them. You might not want to personally work with all of the elements, but in existence it is all present. And I think a lot of men feel like they can't work with goddess energy because they don't feel like it's part of them, but like everything is part of everyone. And I just love this song. Is just so good. I'm gonna have to do some more research on this and see if I can figure out the origin. I think it came from the band Moving Breath. Let's have a look. It wouldn't surprise me though if it did come out of kind of new age spiritual practice. Like it wouldn't surprise me one little tiny bit, but I will have to do more research to double check on all that. Unfortunately with YouTube, they're putting they've like changed all their ad systems. This is just a forewarning. This happened in the last live stream as well. I do just want to say though that I understand the ads are really annoying. Unfortunately, YouTube is just going to put them in regardless of whether or not they should be or not. But it also does allow me to actually be able to do the live stream, so I do understand they can be really frustrating. The stream will be posted afterwards though. If anything has been missed, it will be available on YouTube for people to watch afterwards. It is just par for the course, I'm afraid. Okay. Do you have any strange or unique methods of divination maybe others don't really think of? I absolutely love divination work. I don't think I've got anything that is all that strange. Mostly it is just scrying. Oh, I do get information from spirits, which some may consider divination, other people wouldn't. It really depends on where you draw the line. Honestly, I'm really basic in that regard. I tend to stick to the things that I know that work, and they are very simplistic. Right, I am somewhere around here. Oh, spirit possessions. Is it real? Yes. How might it happen? Usually a weakening of the person's psychological health, physical health, energetic health. It is, however, depending on where you are in the world, not as commonplace as people, especially on TikTok, would like to make you think. So spirit possessions do exist. Some areas have them more than others. Some people will even actually want a spirit possession. It's found in a lot of different cultural traditions where spirit possessions are actively sought out. But in other traditions, it's actively not sought out. So it depends on where you are and the kind of culture and tradition you follow as to whether or not you would want that or not. If you don't, though, you would do a banishing, usually a cleansing first. If that doesn't work, then you would go on to do a banishing to get rid of it. But bearing in mind, it is usually a lot less common than people think. It can happen, but there's usually lots of other causes for the feelings than spirit possession. Do fae folk like wine, just non-sweet wine? I would say it's going to depend on the individuals. Where I am, no, but that doesn't mean that others wouldn't. So I find that mead, so honey wine, is far more accepted than wine. I have never used wine for an offering because of the very hell no response that I've had several times in the past. But mead has been accepted. So it's going to depend, and you're going to find regional differences as well. So you can carefully test the waters alongside another offering that you know that they're going to like, and then see the outcome to that. But I would be careful to just go in with that by itself if you aren't certain. I've heard about fae whispering a person's name during an encounter. What advice would you give for that particular experience if they already know your name? I mean, what can you do? The thing is that your name and your true name are two different things. So unless they have your true name, which is very rare because most people don't even know their true name anyway, I wouldn't be too concerned about it. The fae are very, very knowledgeable, and often I've got this one piece of hair that's doing my tree in. Often what they want to do in that scenario is kind of freak you out. You might be in a space that they don't want you. They're going to freak you out, or they might be trying to fairy lead you or pixie lead you somewhere else by getting you to follow your name. This is something that has been documented for hundreds of years of being pixie led, where you'll essentially see a light in the trees. You'll think it's a lantern, you'll go and follow it to see if it's someone who needs help, and then before you know it, you've got no idea where you are and you're completely turned around and you're lost. You've been pixie led. The other way that this often happens is that you'll hear your name being called in the middle of the night and you think it's someone that you care about. So sometimes that voice will come as someone that you know, whether that's like a child or a younger sibling, something like that. Or it'll just be a voice in the distance that repeatedly calls your name, and it sounds like they're getting further and further away. So you go and approach it, and then before you know it, you don't know where you are, pixie led. So that is something that is documented time and time again. If you want to know, the way to get out of it is to turn a piece of clothing inside out. That's how it's always been avoided. And a lot of people to this day will still use it, especially if they're traveling through really rural areas like marshes or like peat bogs. They will turn a piece of clothing inside out. It might even just be a glove while they make that trip. It's something that they still get children to do today. And it's just like this continuing tradition. It's really cool. So I wouldn't necessarily say you can do anything about it. Just try not to get pixie led. What is your view on spirits with yellow eyes? That is very, very vague. They have yellow eyes is about all I can say, because there's so many spirits that have varying coloured eyes. And even within the same group, you'll often have spirits with different colours in the same group. Like, it doesn't necessarily say anything per se. The one that I will get a lot is, oh, well, I saw a spirit with red eyes, therefore it must be evil. That's the one I get all the time. And in reality, there's nothing to say that just because a spirit has a certain colour of eye, that is going to have an impact on the type of spirit that you are encountering. Right. Oh, I am not going to be able to answer this question. I'm going to say that in advance. I will read it out if anyone has any information on it. It is not my branch at all. Actually, you know who might know the answer to this? Mystic Dylan. On Instagram, Mystic Dylan does, I believe, work with Egyptian mythology and deities. And so may be able to assist in this question. I don't know though, so apologies in advance. But when we work with a being Ra or Isis, are we working with their Anunnaki counterpart? I have no knowledge on Egyptian spirits, deities, anything, so I will open that one to everyone else, but I would recommend sending a message to or checking out someone who specifically focuses on that. I've developed some bad habits lately that I'd like to quit. Is there a way to magically assist with that? I love working with herbs, but I haven't found anything in relation to breaking habits. Oh, yes, good one. Okay, so I have done a working on my channel that is a full moon manifestation box. We are going to use that exact same premise, but we're going to do the opposite. Okay, so we're going to have a box. Just a little box. It doesn't need to be something crazy like a mint tin, something like that. Anything works. Inside, we are going to write down on little pieces of paper the things that we want to remove from our lives, the bad habits that we want to get rid of. We're going to roll them all up, charge them with energy, put them in the box. We are then going to include in that box some herbs that are going to contain things. So you might want to put in like a spool, like a little bit of string that's just loose that you can kind of wrap around everything to contain them. You might want to include some nettles, some thorns, like rose thorns are good for this, black thorns, white thorns, just to kind of add them all in, especially blackthorn, I find. But you have to be really careful, just like give your spirits, give the offerings to the spirits, be respectful for it, because blackthorn is a very, very sacred tree. And then in that, we are going to bind everything with needles, not needles, but like the what is the word? Thorn. My brain just completely lost the word thorn. We're going to like weave all the thorns throughout, weave the string throughout, and this is designed to kind of bind and contain it. We are then going to be charging this from the full moon to the new moon. So after the full moon has passed, this like waning phase where things are reducing, the energy is diminishing, it's minimizing down to being nothing. We are going to charge this box with all of those bad habits inside with this diminishing, minimizing energy. Leave it out on a windowsill or something, and then once the new moon comes around, close it up, put it in a drawer. The next time the full moon passes, take it out, leave it in that diminishing energy, put it away. And you'll probably get to a point where you forget to put it out, and you're forgetting to put it out because a lot of those bad habits aren't things that are impacting your life anymore. They've minimized to the point where they're no longer something that you're thinking about and needing to diminish any further, and then you can simply dispose of those items in an appropriate way. This is probably going to be in a bin that's away from your home. You can cleanse the box, keep the box, whatever, but it's just a way of kind of minimizing all of those items. So you can take that initial technique and just completely like flip it on its head. So oh yes, it is. Sorry, I didn't read the question. I read tarot cards a lot. Do you think it's possible to become addicted to them or to depend on them? Yes. I have met too many people who say to me really casually, like they don't realize how much of a problem it can become, that they will not make a decision unless they've consulted the cards. And I'm not just talking about like big decisions like moving house or getting married. I'm talking about like big decisions, like what to eat for dinner. You know, like the super big decisions, like whether or not to drink an extra glass of water before bed. People get so hung up on the cards that they literally can't make any decision for themselves because they're scared of it not being the right decision. And that is something that I don't want anyone to end up stuck in. Like tarot cards, oracle cards, all kinds of divination are amazing tools that can improve our lives. They can give us insight. They can allow us to deep dive into our subconscious, to assist us alongside other things that we are doing. But what they should never become is a dependence, a crutch that we are using. And we feel fear when we don't have that to rely on. And that's something that I think we all need to be cautious of, is if you find yourself being unable to make any decision until you consult the cards, take a step back, because it can get bad. It can get really, really bad. So just bear that in mind. They're incredibly useful. They can be a tool, but they should not be a crutch and something that we depend on forever. Oh my goodness, thank you so, so much, Manny. I have no question. I tip for services. Continually provide for my practice. So cheers, mate, you rock. Thank you so, so much. Thank you. Oh, that's so kind. I'm just glad I can be helpful. Right, I'm somewhere around here. Oh, here we go. When you first started to work with deities, did you do anything special for that first interaction, like a ceremony to start the relationship? No. Mostly because I kind of wasn't even involved when the relationship started. Everyone else was like already here. They were already around, like ready for the party. And I just eventually just realized that everyone was already here. Because I was getting like names coming through, symbolism, things like that for months. So long. I was getting like Bridget, Ceridwen, Bridget, Ceridwen. And then all of a sudden one day, it just clicked. It took me so long. It was like a really bad romance movie, you know, where like the girl is dropping all the hints that she likes him and the boy is clueless. That's what it was like. I was so oblivious. And then by the time I realized, they'd already been here for ages. And I just suddenly realized that they were here. So nothing special, nothing fancy. They were, I was just clueless, absolutely clueless. It's getting to that point in the night where I'm starting to get like, I have to move and do other things. Let's have a look. See where I was. Any thoughts on how to incorporate I can never say this. I see it all the time. Synesthesia. I'm pretty certain that's where you can see sounds, and everything is like you are connecting different senses together, so you can like see smells or you can see colours when you hear words and stuff. I'm pretty certain that's what it is. And yet, if anything, that is really, really cool for your colour correspondence. That if you are able to, or correspondences of all kinds, because from what I know of it, it can be a bunch of different senses that like cross over. So it's not just like colours, it can be other things as well. Use it as your correspondences. If you see certain colours when you hear the name of a deity, use those colours as correspondence for that deity, and you might find that your connection is so much stronger. Same with associations to different intentions. You might find that it is so much more powerful to do that, because that's what your body is already telling you those words mean. Or if there's different crossovers in different ways, try and utilize that as much as you can, and you might find that your practice is so much better for it. And I think that applies to other people as well. If you are reading a lot of books and it's saying that such and such a colour is connected to this thing, but in your heart, in your gut, you know that just doesn't feel right for you, then go with your gut instinct and see how it works. Worst comes to worst, it doesn't work, but at least you tried it and you maybe deepened your connection with your practice for the better. Do bum 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 bum. Do you know any beginner courses or ways to connect to spirit guides? I don't know where to start. Open up your senses to external influence. Now that sounds kind of scary, but it's not super scary. I mean, like, Write down your dreams every time you wake up in the morning so that you can remember your dreams better, because you'll often find that guides come through in your dreams far more than they will come through in any other way to get started, because it's easier for them to come through that way. But if you don't remember your dreams, all of that information is lost. I've been given so much information in dreams, and it usually comes through a person that I don't recognize, but the voice is often always the same. It's like this information that is being fed through that is really useful to remember. And if I didn't remember my dreams, all of that would be lost. It is then about doing meditations and seeing what you're getting through that is external to yourself, being present in that space, verbalizing it that you would like communication from, and then try and see what comes through. You can say it before you go to sleep, that you would like your spirit guides to be able to come through to you and commune with you, and then see what comes through while you sleep. You can do this before meditation. You can do this before divination, asking your spirit guides to tell you when to stop, and you might gain information from them that way. I don't know of any courses, but I find it to just be a very slow progression onwards. You can also go to a reader. I've been to one reader for spirit guides, and who came through was really, really powerful, and it made a lot of sense, and that was really useful. So if you can find a really good recommended person for that, that can be really great too. What's something I can carry to protect from the people's energies, from the different energies, different energies from the day or from people, was what I was trying to say, but that just went wrong. So I always wear protection jewelry. You don't have to just use protection jewelry though. You can also have sigils that will protect you, carry different stones for protection. I really like obsidian, as well as black tourmaline and smoky quartz are really good for that. Sigils that you can draw on yourself are fantastic. If you have a locket that you can put sigil inside and some protection herbs, you can do that as well. You can then charge it for additional protection, even better. You can practice with your shielding techniques so that you can put it up when you go out, and then you can take it down when you get in, and it's just going to stop you from interacting with those external energies. Ooh, that's really interesting. There's a book by Tim, I'm never going to remember that right, Marsenko. Not sure, but it's called Disembodied Voices, and that's about these kind of voices that you hear in the dark. I'm definitely going to have to look into that. Added to my list. Definitely going to have to check that out, because that sounds absolutely amazing. Okay. Let's have a look. What are your go-to places for jewelry and clothing? So jewelry, I do have that video, but if anyone's interested in my up-to-date, like pagan witchy jewelry that I will wear, feel free to let me know, and I can always do an updated video on that. Same with, I know it wouldn't be very popular per se. I can always do them on a second channel, because I do technically have my old second channel still there. It's just I'm not doing anything on it for jewelry and clothes and stuff. If anyone wants that side of content from me, I'm perfectly content to make it. I really enjoy making it. It just isn't something that I necessarily think I should put on here just because it doesn't fit. Generally speaking though, I get a lot of my clothes from vintage shops, but if I do get anything new, I will often get it from Disturbia, which just do the coolest blend of cottagecore goth, and I love it. There's so many, like this skirt, I will stand up. I will stand up for the benefits of this. This skirt, the green, it has pockets. Where is it? Pockets! Is from Disturbia. Got to shuffle. So if you want that kind of like whimsy cottagecore goth, Disturbia is the place to go. So yes, let's see where I was, because that was a wild tangent for a minute there. I'm going to start on my candle business, and I have a space in a salon to put them. What spell can I do to power them up so people buy them and love them even more? So this could be a working that you put on the space in general. So it could be a spray, for instance. You can get lots of sprays for this. I make them myself. That are for specific intentions that you can spray around that space to imbue a specific kind of energy. That is fantastic. You can also use like surface washes, floor washes for this purpose. That can be really good. Business cards can have a little sigil drawn on them that makes them more likely for people to come back again. You know, these kind of things are all just really little things. You might not be able to have a candle burning in that space, but you might be able to have a small space for crystals, perhaps a little bowl or a box where you are adding these things in along with herbs for prosperity and abundance that you can keep in that environment that will kind of bring that energy into that space. They're all kind of simple, good options. Bum, 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 bum. Do. Have you ever watched Salem from 2014? I'm currently rewatching it and it's still a fun watch. I've never seen all of it. I've seen maybe like the first 2 or 3 options episodes, and I really enjoyed it. If it's the one I'm thinking of with the mandrake root that is like dipped in stuff and then put under the bed, is that the one? If that's the one, then that's a really good one. I just haven't watched it all the way through. I don't know why. I don't know, but I probably need to add it to my list. Can you recommend an oracle deck to connect specifically with my ancestors? Ancestor veneration is an important part of my practice. I've got no decks in particular, but I'm sure there definitely are ancestor decks out there. But what I would recommend instead is to maybe look into a deck that connects to the heritage of your ancestors. I think that could be even more powerful, because seeing imagery that they recognize, that they resonate with really strongly, that can be incredibly useful, more so than just a generic ancestor deck. Going for something that contains figures, artwork, imagery, landscapes that they will resonate with can be really, really powerful. And I mean, there's so many decks out there for so many different places around the world. Hopefully you can find something that will really, really work. Oh, have you ever heard of putting a mirror under your moon water when you set it out to increase its power? Yeah, there's so many different ways to use mirrors. You can use mirrors to magnify the properties of it, which is great for that kind of a working. You can also use mirrors to hide workings from other people and prying eyes by turning it upside down. So many different options out there. But yeah, if you want to magnify something, I do this with my jewelry enchantment, like how I charge all of my jewelry. I will use a big mirror. This is something I've done since I started charging jewelry. I have this big mirror dish that I will use to kind of bounce all of that energy around to make sure that everything and then some gets into the jewelry that I'm charging. It's just super useful. Is there any chance one of the alternating streams could be on more in-depth detail on how to celebrate pagan holidays? I know that you have a playlist on the subject. Yeah, I mean, at the minute, I'm not sure what subjects it's going to be on, but there's no reason why it couldn't be. What I'm planning, for anyone who's new into the stream and isn't aware of what's happening, I'm planning on alternating the live streams this year, so that this month is going to be this general stream where I answer any question that comes up in chat that I can answer. Then next month, I am going to be going off a pre-written list of questions submitted by all of my viewers, and I'm going to be grouping them into categories so that there might be a stream on prosperity magic, candle magic, divination, spirit work, ghosts, pagan holidays, these kind of things, where I answered all of the questions that I've got on that particular topic, and then any additional questions that come in on that subject in the chat whilst I'm streaming, so that we can all have a chat about a very specific topic. And then the stream after will go back to being a general stream, and it's just going to kind of alternate like that. I don't know how that's going to work, but I know that a lot of you wanted pre-submitted questions so that all of the questions wouldn't get missed sometimes, because if the chat jumps, then it's going to skip. So, I want to learn more of Arthurian magic or Merlin. I was wondering if you had any good resources or books. I will... I'm sure I have a book on Merlin. I will just check. No guarantee I might come back empty-handed. Let's see. What do we have over here? Let's see. Watch me not be able to find it now at all. Who knows, I might not. I need to organise this again. Here we go. This is my book on Merlin. Don't know why I've brought this back with me, but there we go. So this is the one I've got. I have no guarantee on whether it is any good or not. I have never got all the way through it. So have this just be a maybe look into it, do some research on it for yourself, see if it is interesting to you. This is Merlin and the Discovery of Avalon in the New World. So, the information on this one says the legendary figure of Merlin is known throughout the world as the Wizard of Camelot, who was counsellor to King Arthur and guardian of the Holy Grail. Through the course of a 20 years investigation, Graham Phillips has uncovered evidence that this famous story was based on the real life of an actual historical figure, the son of a Roman consul who became the last of the Romans to rule Britain in the 5th century AD. Furthermore, the evidence reveals that he may have died and been buried in what is now the United States. I have no idea if this is any good. It could be absolute trash, but that's because I've not read it yet. So this is the only book on the subject that I've got. I don't really know of that many books that are not just recounting the stories of King Arthur and Lancelot and Guinevere and the Round Table, you know, all that kind of stuff. But it is very interesting. What you can do, however, is look into the story of Tintagel and the mythology that surrounds Tintagel, because that is really kind of the starting point of the Arthurian legend. It is important to remember, though, that a lot of the new version of the Arthurian legend was created by very romantic Victorians, and it's not really based on anything much before that point. There's obviously stuff that came before, but a lot of the very romantic ideals of chivalry and all that kind of stuff came from the Victorians. But we do believe anyway, or not just me, but people in general do believe that these figures were based on someone real, and Merlin is believed to have actually been, unlike what this book says, a Welsh figure, a Welsh character whose name was not Merlin. It was actually kind of a variation of it. And so there's many people that they believe to be the real Merlin that's interesting to look into. If you have any recommendations for books, though, on Arthurian magic and legend, do let us all know in the comments, and I'll go through them and have a look. And I'll be honest, my reading list is already massive, but I will add it to it because I want to check it out and see if it's any good. Have you ever read the book Magical Power for Beginners by Deborah Lipp? Let's have a look. I haven't read it. Say it's a really good book for beginners, so I might have to check that out and see. But yeah, I mean, I'll have a look. I'll take a peruse at it and see what I think about it. Okay. What is the driest book about magical practice that you've ever read? Oh, the driest book. I've read some real stonkers of books. I honestly couldn't tell you, because obviously the hardest ones to get through are the most history focused. And there's definitely some out there where you're like, oh my god, this is still going. The chapters are so long. I'll be honest, one of the best books I've read on the subject is also one of the most difficult to read, and that is The Witch by Ronald Hutton. It's very heavy. It's very, very heavy. And you're getting there and you're like, oh, I'm not sure I can take any more information. It's full of amazing, phenomenal, fantastic information. I wouldn't change the book for the world. But it is very, very difficult to read, and it took me a long, long time to get through it. And yeah, I really struggled. I really struggled with that one. I just had a question about a book that I should have in here, but I don't know. I'll get to that though. I'm jumping ahead. I'll get to that. What are some books to learn about spirits? I read Elements by DJ Conway and adored her part on Earth Elementals. So I'd love a book on it, but don't know where to start. I mean, it depends on what spirits we're talking about. If we are talking about fae, as I mentioned earlier, it's probably the fairy faith in Celtic countries, British goblins, fairy legends, and also this one whose name I always forget. A Complete Guide of Fairies and Magical Beings is another good one. It's obviously going to depend on what your style is, but they're my personal favourites on just that aspect of spirits. Obviously, there's far more kind of categories out there, but just those ones are pretty good. What's the best method you have found for money bowls and manifesting money? What tools or methods, such as candles, bowls, sigil making, etc.? So I don't really use that many bowls. I will occasionally use bowls, but not that often. I primarily focus on candle magic, and my candles are typically very, very similar in the way that, in like the set techniques that I use are the same, but like the purpose is different. So it will almost always be a coloured candle that represents my intention. It will almost always be a sigil that represents what I want to manifest that I will create specifically for that working. It will then be an oil that is a representation of what it is that I'm manifesting, made from herbs and plants that I want to utilize in that working. Not essential oils, botanical oils that I can touch without damaging myself, and they aren't super flammable. Those are like the real basics. I then like powdered herbs of the intention that I am working with. And then energy, 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 and more energy, because ultimately you can use a white tea light and nothing else. And if your energy is substantial enough, that alone is enough to manifest a result without having to add like a whole bunch on top of it. But those are just the things that I find myself regularly using again and again. Have you read The Witch's Sabbath by Keldon? I've read like half of it so far. I really enjoy it. I then ended up putting it down for some reason, probably because I bought a fiction novel that I wanted to read, and I haven't picked it up since. So I need to get back to it, because The Crooked Path, which is a traditional witchcraft book by Keldon, is phenomenal. Writing style is great. I would love some tarot videos from Hearth also. Yeah, I mean, I can always do that. I've done a few tarot videos here or there, but not really that many. So if you would like that, I can always figure out how to do that. Angles, lighting. Yeah, tricky, but I'll figure it out. Right. Where was I? I am somewhere around here. Is it possible for a house to not have a house spirit or deity? Yes. And actually, I think most houses that are built now won't. So I have lived in new buildings, I have lived in old buildings, and I can say from experience that new buildings are soulless. Obviously it's going to depend on the land that it has been built on. In different areas around the world it's going to be different, but here in the UK you tend to have old houses, so like several 100 years old houses. You then have 1920s, 1950s modern. And if you're in the modern category, they're usually really soulless. They often don't have that many features. They are often built on reclaimed land, usually, and there is not much going on there. Same with flats. I find that there's not that much going on there. Whereas if you're in old, I often find that there's a lot going on there. And I think a lot of that comes down to the practices of the people who lived there. So even going back like 100 years, maybe even less, honestly, you still had people following the old ways, giving offerings to spirits, to the fae, doing well spirit rituals. I mean, we do see them today with well dressings, but they were a lot more commonplace 100 years ago. Especially in rural areas, you had people religiously doing these kind of things. Leaving offerings to the spirits was commonplace. And so when you live in a house that is 300-400 of years old, I said that weird, 300 or 400 years old, you are likely going to have spirits that are still lingering from when they can remember people leaving them offerings. That is very likely to still be something that they are there for, even if the people who did that are long gone. Whereas in modern homes, you often don't find that. Now, there are ways around this. So people, when they moved, would often take their house spirits with them. So they would take some ashes from the fire as it burned down, or some embers, and they would carry them and place them in a new fire where a new fire was stoked, and the old embers were then placed as well as ashes into the fire after asking the house spirits if they would like to follow them into a new location. So house spirits can be moved from place to place, and spirits can be attracted to spaces by having people who acknowledge their existence, who leave offerings for them, who do workings for them. You can bring them into that space, but if the house or home is like, if it's very, very new and you're not doing anything to change the energy of that space, nothing is going to change. So old houses, commonplace. New houses, not that common. Is it safe to use how to beginner? If you can, please help. I mean, I think I'm going to need more context on this as to what we are specifically referring to here in regards to if something is safe, because obviously there's a whole range of things that are part of the practice. As a whole, it is as safe as you choose to make it. People can be incredibly reckless with it. People can be incredibly careful with it. How careful you are is going to depend very much on the things that you put in place, the kind of person that you are, and that's going to entirely change whether something is safe or not. The same applies to really anything in life. If you're going to be careful with it, you're definitely more likely to have an easier, smoother, safer time. Oh, a candle is about to go out. I just know it. You get that, like, that acrid, it's probably that, the oh my god, this mirror thing is affecting the way that's probably going to go out soon. I can just smell it, like, burning strangely. What are your thoughts on astrology? I struggle with the idea of my future being preordained. Do you believe in predictive fortune telling? Yes and yes, but it is important to remember that free will exists. Just because something is likely to come up in your path doesn't mean that it will. And the same thing applies to divination and everything else. Things change, things adapt, nothing is ever truly set in stone. You might have basic ideas and like vague things that are encapsulated, but usually it isn't so unbelievably specific that nothing can ever waver from that. There's often kind of shifts and adaptations. And when it comes to predictive divination and stuff, yeah, the only thing is that you can only identify what's coming up until a point of change, which is the difference between something like tarot and something like astrology. Because if I'm doing a tarot reading about a job, for instance, and then all of a sudden, a week later, something changes, that then is going to completely change the outcome of that reading. And so you can only read the predicted path. If you then deviate from that, that predicted path does not exist anymore. So now you have to do a different reading, which is why I wouldn't recommend people relying on it and solely using divination as the only technique that they're using, because you can get really hung up on it. Ooh, what are some ways that you would use bigger crystals? They can fit in the palm but can't be put in a jar. So you can use them in so many ways. You can hold them and draw energy from them to put into spells and rituals. You can use them as a central focus point in crystal grids or in anything that involves crystal energy. If you want to use them in jars, don't use them in the jar, put them on top of that jar and have that be linked to the contents of the jar, so that as long as the crystal has energy, the jar will also have additional energy circulating through it as well. You can also use them as focal points in meditation, have them as being a significant part in spellwork and ritual if they're placed on an altar space. All of these things are options that you can use that are just a little bit perhaps outside of the jar in this instance. What is the best way to communicate with servitors? This is going to depend on how you have preset everything up. My servitors talk to me, and it is usually through the same way that all spirits commune through me, which is knowing. It's how like most of my spirit communication happens, and that's how it's always been set up, and that's how it's always been done. For other people, they might commune through tapping, through dreams, through meditations, through divination. There's lots of options. Usually you will set up the technique for communication in the creation of that servitor so that in advance they know how to interact with you. An easy way of doing it though is through dreams, and especially for servitors that are bringing you information, that information is much easier brought to you in the form of a dream than it is in any other way, especially if it's quite a lot. Are witches human? Yes, we are humans who practice witchcraft, which is just a technique. It's just a skill, a tool that we can develop if we choose to. I've still got it in my head. I don't know. I don't know why. I have it on my playlist, but I've not heard it in a very long time. I don't know what a UU church is. I'm sure that this is somewhere else. I feel like I'm the only person in the entire chat who doesn't know what a UU church is. Help. Oh no. UU. Oh, Unitarian Universal. I've never heard of that. What is this? Okay, what is it? It is a Unitarian Universalism is a liberal religious movement characterized by a free and responsible search for truth and meaning. They assert no creed, but instead are unified in their shared search for spiritual growth. Okay, didn't know that. That's a new piece of information I didn't have before. So, what was this in relation to? I've scrolled down so far to find that I've lost it. It's got to be here. Here we go. What do you think of such and such a church? I think a lot of people actually, you're going to find, because I know that this isn't just for me, this is for everyone. I think you often find that people are very split in the community as to whether or not they like spiritualist churches, this kind of church, I've already forgotten what it is, a Unitarian Universalism. That's a lot of syllables. You'll find that, obviously not exactly half, but like half of the community will be like, no, we don't like formal religion. We don't like being part of this like set, strict group environment. And then you'll have the other set of people who are like, oh no, actually it's comforting to be in this space. Perhaps that's because that's something that they were used to growing up. They were used to being in this kind of environment. They feel very comfortable in it. And you definitely find there's a split in the community as to which way people go. For me, I personally wouldn't, but that's not to say that they're not good and that they're not useful. It just isn't for me. And I think everyone generally just has to go with what feels right for them. I think that's the main thing. And that applies in all aspects, by the way. Do what feels right. Don't feel like you need to be forced into doing something you don't want to do. That applies to like everything. Oh, yes. Sorry, didn't read the question again. I skipped straight to the answer. If you summon a goetic spirit but don't do the best job of banishing at the end of the ritual, is it possible that spirit remains connected to the location where it was summoned? Yes. And this applies to all spirits that have been summoned into a space, especially if that spirit has been contained within a circle, a protective vessel, whatever it is, because a lot of especially ritualistic magic and ceremonial magic involves a summoning of very particular goetic spirits into very particular summoning circles, and they are essentially trapped within that circle. And so, yeah, if you don't correctly follow protocol and you don't suitably banish them or release them from that space, you are going to be stuck with a very pissed off spirit, which is why I always recommend, if you do not summon anything you are not able to banish fully. Do not bring something in, especially if you're invoking it. Not like evoking is bad enough. If you are invoking it, like taking a spirit into yourself as a vessel and you don't know how to banish it, you are in some deep shit. And that's not to scare anyone. That's just to say, please don't summon anything if you cannot fully banish it. You can deal with this, so it depends really on how you have brought that into a space. So if you are using certain ceremonial rituals, the protocol is very, very strict. You have to summon in a certain way at a certain time, using certain words, wearing certain clothes with certain coloured candles and a certain number. Everything's very, very, very particular. You would then need to follow the protocol for banishing that spirit in a very set way, because while it might seem like a lot of faff, a lot of these rituals are put in place because that is how they've figured out is the best way to work with that, with what's going on there. Please don't summon anything you can't banish. If you have, however, just summoned a spirit into that space, not following any kind of strict protocol, you can go through just a general banishing. It's going to have to be fitted and adapted to your system, whatever it is that you work with, your particular circumstance, to remove that from that space. If that spirit, however, isn't contained in anything, like they aren't stuck anywhere, you might find that they linger because you haven't removed them, but if they want to, they can leave because they aren't like specifically stuck in that space. But ultimately, it's going to entirely depend on the process in which that spirit is contained, because different techniques have fail-safes in them. Different techniques have kind of workarounds and loopholes and things that can be done. And without knowing the specific ins and outs, I'm not going to be able to specifically know how best to resolve that, per se. Right, where am I? Oh, it jumped. Oh no. Let's figure out where I was. I'm after the bit about the churches. If I can find that, then I can find it. Oh, wait, that says UU. I must be close. Okay, I think I'm here. I think. Okay. What kind of magic do you recommend that doesn't rely on deity, religion, spirits, astrology, and such? I mean, that's just witchcraft. Like, witchcraft does not involve deities, it doesn't have to involve spirits, it doesn't have to involve religion, because witchcraft is secular. It doesn't involve deities or spirits or religions. You don't have to believe in astrology, you don't have to do anything, because it is so varied person to person. No one is stuck in any particular way when it comes to witchcraft as a whole. Now, obviously, if you're looking at very specific traditions, like if you're looking at Wiccan witchcraft, then that would be different. But if we're just talking about witchcraft in general, it doesn't have to contain any of those things. And for a lot of people, it doesn't, and it never will. It's really only if you want to add those things in that you can add them. Do you personally believe that karma works through others? I don't believe in karma. Personally, it's not part of my belief system, it's not part of my tradition, and it's not something that I really have ever resonated with. So, unfortunately, I'm not going to be able to give much insight on that. Perhaps other people could, though. So do you personally believe that karma works through others? For example, if someone is a shit person and a practitioner performs a reap what you sow on them, would that be intervening or aiding? See, for me, because I don't believe in karma, and that's just not part of my worldview, I will quite happily intervene if I feel it is absolutely necessary, and I'm quite content in doing that, whereas other people probably wouldn't be. It's very, very individual. Oh, I did not see these. I'm so sorry. Oh, here we go. So, Wednesday, thank you so much. White Stripes has been in my head this week too. I love catching your live streams. I'm glad it's not me. Who knows? Maybe I got it from you. Maybe we just got the same song in our heads. And thank you so much to Gus. Thanks for all the great information and knowledge that you provide for us in every episode. Thank you so much. I'm glad that you get something useful out of it. Okay. I'm somewhere here. Do you believe affirmations make any difference energetically? Do you think that just saying things out loud is powerful? Yes and yes. Because affirmations are a focus point that we want to work on. It is the verbal and word-based intention. It's what we're aiming for, condensed into a small phrase or a series of words. That is powerful because that is the focal point that we need our energy. When people say intention is the most important thing, I know a bunch of other practitioners are like, no, it isn't, that's nonsense. What people actually mean by it, though, is that if you don't have an intention, you can do a spell to raise a whole bunch of energy, but if you have no idea what you need to be focusing that energy on, you've just got a whole bunch of energy that's not going to do a whole bunch of anything. It's not got anything to be directed towards because you don't know what you want. If you have just intention, then at least in the mundane world, you can be working towards that even if you don't do anything magically. Whereas if you're aimless, you have no focal point, you have nothing to put your energy in, whether that's mundane or magical. And that's why people say intention is so important. And these kind of affirmations, that is an intention. That is something that you want to direct your energy towards. And even if all that does is give you something in the mundane world to focus on, that's still really powerful because now you know that you want to head towards that goal. Now you know that's what you want to achieve. You verbalized it. You have said it. And now you've said it, you can really set your mind to it and head down that path. So I do find them to be incredibly useful, even if they aren't necessarily used in a magical sense. They can just be really useful just mundanely. But when you then add magic to that, it becomes even more powerful. Right. Bum, 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 bum. Can you put anything on an altar you feel connected to? I love certain historical figures and wondered if pictures of them on my altar would be okay. Yeah, I mean, if it's something that you feel really drawn to and that altar is not set up for a spirit or a deity that is going to oppose, if it's just a personal working space, you can really put anything on there that you feel particularly drawn to. Is it okay if I don't do a spell every day in my almanac? Of course, obviously. Like, the almanac is only there as a guide. So it's like an astrological and inspiration hub, basically. So you can look through your almanac and you can go, oh, well, on Tuesday, that's going to be the best day to do that kind of working. I don't have everything I need for it, but I can do a similar working with things that I've got. And that is just as powerful. You don't need to be doing the workings word for word, item by item. It's basically just giving you inspiration for the different workings that can be done with that particular energy on that set day. And if you don't need a justice spell, for instance, don't do a justice spell. Because if you don't need it, that energy's got nothing to aim towards anyway. You're just going to be doing something and using items that cost money when you're not actually going to be achieving anything because, say, you don't need a justice spell. So take what you want, leave what you don't, adapt everything in it if you want to, and if you want to, take the spells in it and then transfer them into a book of shadows so that you can use them later, then that's something you can do as well. You don't have to just do them on the day that they are in the book. You can also do them generally. You're just going to have to choose your timing appropriately if that is something that you want to work towards. Will you please make a list of the books that you recommend maybe for Patreon? Perhaps, yeah. So what I can always do is I can have maybe a Google Doc, perhaps, that like I will add books to them. Because on Patreon I already do the book reviews, but what I could do is after I've read a book, I can always add it to the list with the star rating that I gave it. And then you can see which books that I personally liked and which ones that I maybe didn't like quite so much. So that you can have an idea without having to watch a full video if you don't want to. Okay. Bum 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 bum. Da 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 da. Okay, I've been having a lot of deja vu and it's gotten very intense since I started watching your videos and other videos relating to magic. Should I take it as a sign to invest in learning about magic? Perhaps. I mean, at the very least, it could be worth noting down what you're feeling and what kind of triggered that sensation. And then over several weeks, months, you might notice that there are certain things that happened just before or just after that might be significant and might be a representation of something further going on. Right. Energy in what sense? Is an emotion psychological sense or a physical sensation? Both. Kind of like how it's a difficult one because you can feel it physically, but you can also feel it like inside your body. It's a very weird thing. Right. I need to figure out where I was again. Ooh. What are demons? What are their characteristics and nature? It very much depends on which aspect, which tradition you are coming at it from, because some say that demons are kind of beings that were cast out from such and such a place, and other people say that demons are from hell, but if you don't believe in hell, then what are demons? And it's honestly very, very general. For me, demons are a category of spirits that perhaps manifest in similar ways. So I've often found when interacting with demons that they have a very similar energy, and they also often come with a very familiar smell. It is like putrid, rotting sulfur. It's that kind of smell. It's very, very distinctive. Whereas I find that other spirits often come with different things. They come with different sounds, different smells, different energies. And so a lot of people classify them based off similarities. So while Fae may look very, very different from one another, they are similar enough in certain aspects that they are all classified under the Fae umbrella. Same applies to demons. They are considered demons, but within the category there are dramatic differences between individuals. They just have enough similarities to all end up in the same group, which is why they vary so much. Same with nature spirits, it's the exact same. Two nature spirits might be completely different and look completely different, but because they have similar enough characteristics, they all end up in a group, and those characteristics are going to vary person to person, tradition to tradition. How do you retain all this knowledge? Time, experience? Honestly, pretty much. I've been doing this for a reasonably long amount of time now. I think I'm coming up to year 19 in July. So believe me, I have not retained every piece of information I've ever read. I've not retained even information from a book I read last week. Half of it goes in, more than half. 90% of it goes in one ear and out the other. And I will retain the stuff that I've found to be useful for me. And that's just how it kind of works. And also I would consider this my niche subject of interest. So I will attempt to learn everything and anything that I possibly can, which obviously helps. Do you have any tips on retaining information from books? Write down things as you are reading it. So if there's a particular spell I really like, or if there's a particular topic I want to learn more about, I will write it down, or I will dictate it to myself in an app so that I can have that information. That way I can then look back on it later without having to be like, oh, darn, I knew that there was this thing in that book that I read last month, but I don't remember where. Like, I try and keep all the information that I really like, and I make sure that I write down notes as I'm reading a book so that I know which books I liked and which I didn't. And while I might do that primarily for work, that doesn't mean that it isn't really useful in other aspects as well. So that's generally how I end up doing that. But honestly, so much information goes in one ear and straight out the other, and I will only retain stuff that I think is really, really interesting. Everything else is just kind of filler that I just kind of leave over there. It's fine, I just don't need to remember it. Unfortunately, with this question, there's not all that much you can do about it, because sometimes shipping companies are just a bit crap. Do you have any magical tips or spells for items you ordered arriving in good time and condition, or reducing issues or thefts through the mail and shipping? The reality with this is you are going to have to influence so many aspects of that item's journey that it becomes almost impossible to be able to do it successfully. It's almost akin to attempting to get a load of money in one go when you've got no reason or no way of getting all of that money. Baby steps are much easier to do. The same kind of applies, because when we're dealing with shipping companies, you have to deal with all of the individuals in the company. You have to deal with all of the buildings, the vehicles, all of the transport that it is using, the storage facilities that it is using. You then have to be able to influence the person who's packaging that order to make sure that it's packaged correctly. You then have to be dealing with all of the electronics and the machines that are in the process, as well as any external influences from thefts. And then you've got to deal with all of the additional workers that are in that process. And quite quickly, it becomes really difficult to kind of process all that. So you can definitely do good fortune workings for it, or safe travels workings, but just bear in mind how much it's going to have to influence that process for something to be really, really smooth sailing. Believe me, I ship parcels all the time. It's so frustrating when something arrives delayed or damaged, or it goes missing completely. I get it. It's so frustrating, but there's just so much to juggle that it makes it really hard for anything to be powerful. Even if it is successful, it's really hard for it to have like oomph behind it. Is it possible for our chosen deity to refuse to work with us? Are we talking about a deity that as an individual you have chosen for yourself? Because in which case, most definitely. Because often that choice of deity is something we've based on stories, TV shows. I mean, how many people want to work with Loki since he was in the Marvel universe? A lot. How many people are actually suitable to work with Loki, and that Loki is going to be able to have an influence on your life in a way that is going to be beneficial to both parties? Not as many. We saw this a lot as well when Percy Jackson came out, both the books and the movies, and now obviously the TV show as well. We're going to see a lot of people who are wanting to work with Greek deities as well as Roman deities as well. How many of them, though, are not going to be answered because it isn't a connection that is suitable for both parties? Probably a lot. And that's why a lot of people will recommend that you wait for a deity to reach out to you. Because if a deity's reached out to you already, then you know that they are willing to work with you, even if you don't necessarily know that much about them yet. And then you can do some research, figure out if that's someone that you want to work with, and then make that connection. The other way around is doable. You can decide that you want to work with a deity, you reach out to them, you learn their mythology, you give offerings to them, you ask for them to commune with you. And sometimes they very well could. It's not saying that they won't ever. It's just you have to be prepared that sometimes it just isn't an appropriate match. And so you're not going to have the deity reaching back to you again. So it'll feel like a very one-sided kind of relationship, which is not necessarily ideal if you want to be doing active workings with that deity. How can we figure out where the spirits are in a space? Maybe something beginner friendly, please. It's going to depend, as with everything in witchcraft, on your experience, your abilities, how good you are at sensing things. Because when it comes to spirits, you're often going to find a feeling of being watched. Things might move of their own accord. And this is especially true if you don't have small children or pets, or perhaps you live alone, things like that, where you're finding something is in a place where you know you never put it. You might also have strange smells, tapping sounds, knocking, bumping, banging that you know isn't caused by anything else. Cold spots, hot spots, these are all things you might experience. Phantom whispers are also pretty commonplace. This is for people who are perhaps experiencing or able to sense spirit sounds and interactions that way. You might get corner of the eye phenomena. Your pets might be looking at something, but there is nothing there for them to be looking at. Or all of a sudden, you know, cats might be really on edge, dogs might start barking, but there is absolutely nothing present in that space for them to be barking at. Things might rot faster, so food might go rotten faster when there's absolutely no reason for it to. You know, these kind of things are all things to look out for. You might be getting strange dreams, figures appearing in dreams that you aren't expecting, more nightmares than usual, depending on the kind of spirit that's in that space. You might get just very strange sensations, like waking up and feeling like there's a weight on the bed next to you. These kind of things are all signs of it that aren't going to require much more. Like, they might just present to you that way anyway. If we're talking more magically related, things that maybe you wouldn't notice otherwise, that would be found in energy sensing, where you would push out your energy, pull it back in again, and if you're finding that there's unusual energy attached to your energy, then you know that there's something else funky going on that you might want to be dealing with, or not dealing with, depending on how comfortable you find it. Right. So this question, I've got one. Oh, I just jumped. I just got a question about a pendulum. So if you want to learn about how to use a pendulum, I have an entire video on my channel that is just about pendulum divination, which is going to go into it in far more detail than I really ever could on here. Where was I? Oh, I didn't see this one. I completely missed this one. Is it possible to work with archangels? Yes, it is. Lots of people do. I don't, because I don't work with angels, but you definitely can, yeah. Right. Now, where was I? I was... I don't know. Oh, no. I was somewhere. Oh, there's that question. Okay. Ooh. I don't know where I was. I'm lost. When is your book coming out? Oh God. I'm trying, guys. I'm trying. I've got a few chapters that I have given to trusted people in my life to read. And I'm hoping that if that comes back as being, this is legible, this is readable, then I'm gonna try and contact some people to see if they fancy it. If they don't, that's fine, I'll just self-publish, but if they do, I have my eye on a particular publishers that I would really, really love to be able to go through. So that is the plan. I have a few books though that are currently being like written at the same time, because I'm finding that I'm having like inspiration on a topic that just doesn't fit in the book that I'd already started. So the plan is that I will eventually, I'm hoping this is the year that I'm going to start getting some stuff done. I feel like the past like 3 years I've been trying to get stuff done and it's not worked, so we're gonna try. And if it does go through who I would like it to go through, I do believe that there would be pre-orders, but obviously I don't know, because I don't know if that's going to work out or not. We will see. I'm not going to verbalize really anything until I know for certain. What to do when you're losing faith in your magic? Get back to your roots. Whether they are actual tree roots, being out in nature, or just connecting with the land that's around you, getting back to your foundational practices again, watching some movies that really inspire you, or reading a book that you really love, you know, anything like that is a massive help. What are your best tips to clean and sanitize deer bones? Unfortunately, I don't know. I would recommend probably going to a specialist in that regard. There's quite a few that even I follow on Instagram that a lot of other people do as well, that offer kind of tips and advice and might be able to help with that. But all of my the bones that I have are all from my trusted sellers that I get from Etsy, because I like supporting people who really know what they're doing, and so they're probably the best ones to figure out what to do. Can you please explain how to shuffle cards to be able to use your intuition to pick a card that answers your question? I never know when to stop shuffling. I don't get any feeling. If you don't get a feeling, then don't worry about it. Shuffle. You can do set numbers, for instance, so you can shuffle 13 times. I don't have a deck in front of me. Never mind, I'll use this one. This one is here. Close enough. Right. And all my books just fell over. That's okay. So if I use this deck as an example, take the cards out. That's not all the cards. That's only some of them. Come on. Okay, there we go. Take some of the cards out. So I always shuffle my cards like this. This is how I just have always shuffled. And obviously I normally do until I get a feeling to stop like that. Now, which one is it? It's one of these two. Which one is it? This one. Okay. So then I have the rest card, stop, recharge, and self-care card. And I get that gut feeling. I've always had that gut feeling with cards, but not everyone does. So the alternative way of doing this is to shuffle a set number of times. So once I've emptied this hand, that's one. Now this can be something like 3 times. I would personally though go for something like 9 times. And then once you've kind of got, I keep being told to stop. And I don't, because I don't shuffle like this traditionally. So once you get to say like 9, you then have a choice. Now there's 2 ways of doing it. Depends on your style. You can either take it from the top, or you can split the deck kind of vaguely in half and then take it off the bottom, the top cards off the bottom half of the deck. I vary it depending on what I feel comfortable with, give it a try and see what works. But if you go for something like 9, 13, these like really significant numbers, or a number that really resonates with you, for instance, like your birth date, for instance, though to be fair, that could be like a 1 or a 2, like mine is. But if it's something, you know, like 17 or something, you can always do that to then connect it to you. And then you don't have to use the gut instinct method if that is something that simply just doesn't work out for you, because it's not going to work for everyone. Does ice have magical properties? It depends, because like, yes, in theory it does. You know, it's about stopping things in its tracks. It's very insulating. It sounds strange because you wouldn't think that ice was insulating, but like, think snow keeps everything a lot warmer than it does if it's like not snowy and it's really cold instead. So it also is going to depend on the kind of water that has been turned into ice, because all different kinds of waters are going to have magical symbolism, and so that might influence the kind of ways you want to use it. So if you've got, say for instance, new moon energy, it's all about new beginnings. And so if you froze new moon water, you might want to have that be a representation of your new beginnings that are starting to thaw out and come to fruition. That's very different than, say, if you wanted to do a spell that involves sticking something in a freezer, which is designed to stop something in its tracks. So like, ice is very, very flexible in its kind of association depending on how you use it, and it is very, very dependent on different techniques, different waters that you're using, and also how ice is where you are. If you are in an area that's very used to ice and people can get on with it and people even enjoy it, then ice is going to have a very different meaning than if you live somewhere where ice is very destructive and something to be really fearful of. Right. What is a true name? I've never heard of this before and it sounds interesting, and I know that I had other questions about how do you find your true name. So really briefly, I did mention it kind of small, why did I say small? Kind of briefly earlier was what I was trying to say, but my brain went small, that's the word you're after, is the name that the energy that makes up you has been given, essentially, is the belief behind it, is that it is a name that is associated with the fundamentals of you as a being, as an energy. That is what the name is attached to, and that name is very powerful, and that name goes with you from life to life to life to life onwards. And to find it involves a whole lot of past life regression, a whole lot of meditation, a lot of work with guides. Most people will never ever figure out their true name. I haven't. I don't expect that I ever will. I've only ever met one person that has ever found their true name, and that is something that you need to keep completely secret. And while it can be very interesting to find your true name, it's actually almost safer to not know your true name, because then you have freedom. Basically, no one can take control over that energy because you don't even know what it is. And no one else does either, which makes it kind of safe. Right. Some of the questions I have already answered earlier, more in depth. So I'm not going to kind of cover them too much because obviously we're already 4 hours in, and that's going to get really long if I do that. Do you have some experience working with fairies? I do, yes. And I really enjoy working with the fair folk personally. They can be very intimidating, incredibly intimidating, but as long as you are being careful, then that is really completely fine. Where was I? I feel like I've lost a section. I feel like I've lost a section and I don't know where it is. Can we magicians start spelling the word magic without a K? Am I the only one who hates spelling magic like that? I mean, you can spell it however you want. I mean, people spell it with a J, with a CK, with just a K, with a G, with a CK, just C. Like, you can spell it however. But the reality that we do live in is that magic is primarily associated with fictional media and stage performers. Wow, I just completely lost air. So it's when you say magic and when you write magic, people almost instantaneously connect it to the craft, or the Sanderson sisters, or guy who pulls rabbit out of top hat. And so that's why a lot of people, when they are talking about it and they are looking for people who are after similar things, can spell it differently. So it may be an M-A-J-I-K or M-A-G-I-C-K. There's lots of different options out there. But you don't have to, as an individual, spell it any way unless you want to spell it that way. It's just that, for instance, if I were to make videos that was, say, like paper magic, and I put just the C at the end, all I would get is people who want stage tricks for paper magic, like flash paper and stuff like that. Whereas if I want to attract people who are into magical arts, like magical practice, I would have to put the K at the end so that I separate it from stage performers. And you don't have to do that if you're just an individual, but it is obviously useful if you are attempting to reach an audience or people who are not stage magicians, Right. I have lost where I am again. Witchy burnout. Yes, I have experienced that, and I have got some tips. I have an entire video on it. It was my attempt to get out of witchy burnout video, so do excuse the fact that it's kind of weird and not my normal style of video, but get back to your roots, as I mentioned a few minutes ago. Get back to your roots, go outside, spend time in nature, enjoy other hobbies, completely put the books down that you've been trying to read for 6 months and struggling, pick up something else, pick up a fantasy novel, watch some movies, play Dungeons and Dragons, do something completely separate from it. Your magical practice is not going to suffer if you take a break for 6 months to really collect yourself, get yourself in the right headspace again. And then when you do come back into it again, what's Practical Magic? Great movie. I love that movie. And then when you do come back to it, try something different. Basically, look into a different aspect of the craft to kind of spark your inspiration. But yeah, I do have a full video on that. Oh, yikes. Wait, sorry, context. Where was I? So, some things I'm like, what? Where am I? I scrolled and then I ended up in questions that I've never seen before and now I'm lost again. What? Where am I? Have I like been transported to a completely different chat? I'm so confused. Okay, wait. Oh, it's bounced. That's why. Okay. I'm not going mad. It was just me being daft. Right. I'm somewhere here. Have you ever used candles dressed with salt? I cleansed a house after a family member died, but with the heat of the salt started to explode and go everywhere. Yeah, that is the danger. So please don't put salt on candles. Please. So what people will often do, and we see it in, at least I think it's in this video, I did a reaction to it. It was the BuzzFeed Joins a Coven video, I think. So it was the one with, which one was it actually? It's the one of the most recent reactions that I did to BuzzFeed, basically. It's not the first one. And in that video, essentially at the end of the ritual or whatever, salt was thrown onto the fire. This is something that's commonly done in working rituals at the start of that working and sometimes at the end of it as well. If you have a cauldron fire, you will take some salt, and it has to be a deep cauldron. Like, don't do this in like a little tiny piddly one. They throw some salt on the fire and it will literally go whoomph and it all like explodes inside the cauldron, and it's designed to kind of set that cleansed space ready for spellwork and ritual. People will also do it after spells and rituals if they want to kind of cleanse any excess energy out of that space, just so that that energy is done, that space is now cleansed of any unwanted excess energy. We can now go about with our day-to-day lives. But it will explode and it will be messy, and this is why health and safety is the number one thing when it comes to witchcraft, both magical health and safety and just physical health and safety, because what you really don't want is boiling hot bits of salt flying at you. Really dangerous, so just bear that in mind. If you want to use salt, I would use it like around a candle, or like in a tub in a room, for instance, or you might want to be mixing it in with water to sprinkle it around and using 2 elements to cleanse a space instead of just one. But yeah, health and safety, guys, always. Please. Just in case. Right. I have an entire video on how you can undo spells from yourself. So that's on my channel. It's called How to Undo Spells. I also have, this is about how do you clear spells from yourself, basically. And then also I have 2 videos on how to cleanse with and without smoke, and you can adapt those to physical cleanses, like personal cleanses as well, if that is something that you do need. Oh no. Oh, I thought it was going to jump again. Oh, whew, thank goodness. I'm lost again. I'm not having a good time with the chat today. Apparently. Okay, I'm just gonna have to go from here because I remember this. What does it mean if you have a talisman fall off? Usually this is because something has come to an end. So whether that is a particular working or a particular intention, or how that talisman was created has essentially come to an end. Words, brain, finding it difficult. So if, for instance, you have a particular, say, crystal on a chain, for instance, or you have like a very intricately designed sigil necklace that is specifically for protection, for instance, if out of nowhere that just falls, like the clasp just breaks, or even worse, you'll often find that sometimes the crystal will just shatter, then that is a sign that, oh, this has done its job. We need a new one now. We need to replace it with something else, maybe a cleanse to make sure that nothing is interfering, and then putting a new one on as additional protection. And I would say in an interim, if something like that does happen, obviously if something drops on the floor and it's our fault, that's different. I'm talking specifically about you're wearing like a crystal necklace, like a quartz necklace, and then all of a sudden from 1 minute to the next, you've not done anything and that crystal just like cracks. Like it's not broken so it falls off, but it's just like cracked. Then we need to be putting on some temporary protections, temporary stuff. If something just straight up falls off, definitely need a replacement, especially if it's broken. If it's just fallen off, that's one thing, but if it's like a chain that's broken for no reason at all, we need a replacement. Is it a bad idea to practice pantheism? What is pantheism? Pantheism. Is this like working with different pantheons at the same time? I'm confused. Pantheism. The philosophical religious belief that reality, the universe, and nature are identical to divinity or a supreme entity. I think that just confused me even more. Is it a bad idea to practice pantheism? I've worked with Callie for a long time, but recently I've been drawn to Bridget very strongly, but that doesn't seem to match with that. I'm confused. I'm assuming that this means like two different pantheons being worked with by one person. In which case, as long as you are being respectful and you are aware of what and who you are dealing with, and the deities that you're working with aren't opposed to it, and it is appropriate for you to be doing so, then I don't really see there's much harm in it, but just make sure that everyone and everything involved is happy with that arrangement, basically. Right. Please hum something else. That song is going to be in my head for the rest of the week. Too bad, Phil. If it's stuck in mine, it's stuck in yours. That's how this works. Okay. Are you aware of any official laws in the country you live in that specifically forbid the use of magic? The Witchcraft Act was repealed in 1950. I always thought it was 52, but I'm not sure if it was. I mean, do you really think I'd be sitting here as a witch practicing as part of my job if I couldn't do it? The reason why Wicca actually became so mainstream was Gerald Gardner began talking about Wicca after the repeal of the Witchcraft Act, and that's the reason why he was able to talk so much. Here we go. So 51, I believe, 1951. I'll just double check that somewhere else to make sure. But yeah, that's the reason why Wicca became so mainstream, because all of a sudden Gerald Gardner was permitted to talk about it. It was something that he could now openly discuss on radio, on TV, and while a lot of people didn't like it, it's the reason why witchcraft today, in the forms that we see it, is so popular, because otherwise it would be restricted to the small groups who were willing to risk practicing it in secret, which I do believe is when his first book was initially published. Let me see. High Magic's Aid, that's it. When High Magic's Aid was published. High Magic's Aid was published in... I'm not going to be able to get much information on this, am I, while I'm sitting here? Anyway, either which way, it was repealed in 1951. Right, where was I? I've heard just burning a candle in front of a mirror will create a portal. Is that true in your experience? Depends. Candlelight generally does attract spirits, especially in a magical sense, and portals can be created out of mirrors that are not locked. So in theory, technically you could. I think you're going to have more of a problem though with those. Do you remember those mirror things that became really popular in the 2000s where you put a candle in the middle and you had two mirrors facing one another, so it looked like it was like an infinity candle that just like went on forever? If anything, you're going to have more problem with that because two mirrors facing one another can lead to some real weird stuff happening, like really weird stuff. So yeah, that is probably what you should probably be more concerned about, I think, is two mirrors facing one another. But even then, you can just lock the mirrors and then everything is fine. Do you do tarot? I do. Not as often as I probably should in the past few months, but I definitely do. Have you read Teen Witch's Guide to Spells? If it's the book I think it is, then I have. If it isn't, then I haven't. No, this is different. Wow, that looks like something that came straight off of TikTok. That's not me saying it's going to be bad. That's just the artwork, which is very pretty, by the way. So it's this one, Teen Witch's Guide to Spells, with the purple cover, I'm guessing. Okay. Let's have a look. Inside you'll find everything you need to get started with divination, charms, and enchantments. Practical techniques and tips will help you achieve the creative state of mind necessary for magic. You'll learn the secrets of potions and candles, spoken and written spells, and the power of your own feelings. Find out what your castings can reveal about your personality and destiny. Learn how to bless and protect your friends and family, and find your own twist on an ancient tradition. Discover the secret forces of the universe and unlock your hidden power. Oh, this is the thing that gets me. Okay. I'm not hating on it, I'm just dubious. It says, discover the wisdom and wonder of ancient and modern spellcraft in this invaluable introductory guide to magic. It's a must-have for every girl who's ready to release her inner enchantress and live a charmed life. Okay, I'm not hating on the book. I think the book could be really cutesy. I think it could have some good information in it. Immediately, though, I have a problem with the fact that they're only targeting this book towards teenage girls. We already have a problem of the stereotype that only women can be witches and that men are excluded, and anyone outside of the binary is excluded from practice, which is incredibly wrong and just completely inaccurate. And I don't know how you're going to get that much information to discover, how is it worded? To discover the wisdom of both ancient and modern spellcraft in this book. It's only 128 pages long, designed for 10 to 14-year-olds. I'm not sure how I feel about it. I mean, I'm willing to give it a go. But what I will say is, if you are wanting something that is going to give you a really good, solid foundation, I wouldn't go for something like this alone. It can be a really good, just like basic book to start with, but I would recommend going alongside something like Psychic Witch, something like that, to just add a little bit more fundamental practice in, because I suspect that this will be a lot of cutesy spell for this, cutesy spell for that. And while that can be really useful, I think you do need that fundamental practice for it to be really useful. So yeah, it's like it's fine. It's fine. I don't think it's going to be great, but I think it's fine. What I should maybe do, because I get questions like this all the time of like, what books would you recommend I give to my teenager who wants to get started and you want them to do it safely with correct information? Maybe I should start really looking at teenage books and see whether I think that information is super useful, or whether there's maybe books that you would expect would be more adult in audience, perhaps not in content, but in like who their target audience is, that might actually be better for someone just getting started. I don't know, perhaps. Have you done spells in jars? I have. I don't do them very often. I tend to prefer candle magic. Was wondering if there are any books and authors or publishers that you think we should stay away from, like for spreading misinformation and money grabs. Anything that is written by an AI bot, stay clear of, please. I was made aware recently of a particular author. I will probably get sued if I say who they are, but you can spot them instantly because they've published about 50 books in the last month and a half. And they are entirely written by a computer, taking information from other people. And there's loads out there that are doing this. So if, just a hint, I'm not naming any names, but if you see an author that has published literally hundreds of books in a few weeks, they are not actually writing. Also, I'd recommend staying away from anything that seems ghost written. By this I mean 2 names that are of famous authors that have been crammed together. So I'm talking, I'm not going to name like a whole bunch of things because I don't know if they actually are or not, but I'm talking about if you see like Buckingham, Cunningham is another common one. Harmony, because Harmony Nice was so popular, we see a lot of books with like Harmony, such and such a name, or such and such Buckingham. And while these could be real people, actually look up the author and see if they're a real person, because especially in the kind of late 2010s, so many books were being ghostwritten and the authors are just taking information off the internet and then just putting it in a book and then selling it. So just bear that in mind. There's also some authors that are generally their content tends to be very transphobic. Sometimes it's very racist. Sometimes it's very homophobic. And those authors I would also stay away from. So if you look at reviews, it will usually tell you in the reviews, especially on something like Goodreads. If you have a look at the reviews on the book, you will find people saying, hang on a minute, this is actually really inappropriate and it's actually really harmful to a lot of people. So check reviews. Always check reviews, always check how many books they've published and how recently they've published them, and always check the author to make sure that author is a real person and isn't just a ghostwriter, or even worse, a computer that they're just using AI to write it. If you want, okay, by the way, I'll end that bit in just some positive things. If you want some really good books, Troy Books, Black Letter Press, Three Hands Press, absolutely phenomenal, hands down. Crossed Crow, absolutely phenomenal. Their books are absolutely fantastic, so good. A lot of Llewellyn books are actually not bad. Just bear in mind that they are a little bit more leaning on the positive magic, Wiccan witchcraft side of practice, so you're not so much likely to find something about cursing from them, but the books that they do have are very well written and they are generally a very respected publishers. Moon Books also has some good ones, specifically the ones by Diane Alquist. I believe that they're from Moon Books, but my favourite publishers will always be Troy Books, Three Hand Press and Black Letter Press are absolutely phenomenal. Oh, and Crossed Crow as well, obviously, but they're like across the pond, so I always kind of leave them out because I don't have access to them quite as easily. Right. Do you have a favourite preference for an oil that you use in banishing and dark workings? Well, those would be 2 completely different oils for me, and they're very much going to depend on what it is that I am working with. So banishing, I'm talking about some serious banishing, potent oils, blends of herbs that are specifically designed for banishing in a base oil, I would use for that. For dark workings, it's going to depend on what this specific intention is for that set working, basically, and I will target it directly for that. Have you read The Witches of Vardo? It's fiction, but based on the real-life witch trials. It's amazing, the excuses they say. It's on Audible. Oh, okay. I'm gonna check that out. Add that into my list. Sweet. And yeah, I'll check it out. Why not? Let's see what it's like. Have you read Agrippa's books on magic? And what historical grimoires or witchcraft magic history books can you recommend? I haven't read any of the work of Agrippa. Actually, have I? Wait, maybe. Let me just double check, because sometimes I can forget which ones I've read and which ones I haven't. Let's just check. When it comes to grimoires, I have quite a few, and they vary. Whether I'd recommend any of them, I'm not sure. I'll actually no. I'll tell you some that I do recommend, and that is Le Petit Albert and also The Red Dragon. Both of them are from Black Letter Press, and they are so good. If I just get the actual thing up for it. So The Red Dragon is I specifically want it from the publishers that I'm after. What? That doesn't bode well. They were from Black Letter Press. Let me just see. Oh, I think they might. Okay, they've changed their name. Maybe? I'm not sure. Anyway, both The Red Dragon and where is it? Spiritus Mundi, On Magic and the Occult, Pseudo Monarchia Demonium. I always say that one wrong. These are all available from Black Letter Press, as well as the Black Pullet and the Red Dragon. The Red Dragon and Le Petit Albert are my personal favourites because they've all been translated by Paul Summers-Young, who is absolutely phenomenal at it. And they are essentially reprints of old grimoires, and they are so well done. They are not super cheap, so just bear that in mind. They are very, very high quality prints. But those ones are my personal favourite, the Red Dragon and Le Petit Albert, though there are so many others that I have really enjoyed that are more of these grimoires. So, for instance, the Red Dragon is also known as the Grand Grimoire. It's one of the most sensational and notorious black magic grimoires. It gives explicit instructions on how to call up and make a pact with the devil's prime minister in hell, name that I'm not going to say for obvious reasons. Absolutely phenomenal. Those ones I do really enjoy. Obviously, do with all of these older grimoires, make sure that you are being really careful with the things that you choose to use or not. So for instance, in the Red Dragon, it is recommended that an offering is given to this particular demon of gold coins, which was hard enough to achieve hundreds of years ago. It's even harder to find gold coins now. So yeah, definitely just be careful with that one as to whether or not that's something you want to deal with, because personally, I wouldn't want to deal with that. That seems like an awful lot of effort for me. I feel like Phil has responded to something here, but I can't find the original, and that's kind of confusing me. I'm confused. That isn't something Hearth would do, is it not? What was it? I don't know what that was. Okay, I don't know. I can't find it either, so I think I could be here forever trying to figure out what that was. So, let's have a look. Let's go from where I was. I was about here-ish. Here-ish is really important because I'm not sure exactly where I am. Do you have any advice or tips for attending an in-person pagan and spiritual event or group for the first time, particularly if you're shy and anxious? I've practiced for a long time, but I'm too nervous to go. Same. I'm awful at it. I always think to myself, oh yeah, I really want to go to that group. And then I actually think about it, and then I go, but then I'm going to have to talk to people. I don't really like talking to people. Oh, but then people are going to want to hug me. I don't like hugging people. And like I start like spiraling, and so I end up never doing it. But the events I have done, I found that there tends to be so many people there that they don't really notice. And so I can just kind of just be there and just like stay in the back and just ease my way into it. Now, this isn't meant to be uncomfortable for you, but I will tell my honest experience when it comes to pagan events and shows. Think high school cliques, but everyone's an adult. That's basically what I have found in my experience a lot of groups and moots to be. It's essentially people who've been friends for years who actually aren't interested in interacting with anyone else, so they won't. And that can be a positive and a negative. It means that you can be present in that space without being expected to have like a whole bunch of conversations with people. You aren't necessarily going to be dragged into a group that you don't feel comfortable with. But on the other side, it does mean that if friendships have already been forged and people already have their little cliques, you're not going to just be able to fit into those groups quite as easily as we would like to. Which is why, if anything, I really like festivals, more like Witchfest or like the bigger kind of outdoory festivals that have like rituals going on that you can join in on. Because they're so short-lived and they're so temporary, people are often so accepting and so open. And like I've had it at Witchfest. I was so nervous when I went to Witchfest. I think it was 2022, I think, or maybe it wasn't. Maybe it was this year actually at Witchfest. I was so scared to join in when like Damn the Bard was playing and everyone was up. And if you've never been to a Damn the Bard concert, there's one particular song where everyone joins in and they all lean together like this and you're all like swaying. And I saw everyone do it and I was like, I really want to do it, but I'm so scared. And this lovely lady, she's just like, come here. I was like, I shouldn't. And she's like, come on. Come on. And eventually I joined in and it was amazing. Like it was so nice. And when you're at festivals like that, it is just a case of just being present and just taking it all in. And if you don't want to participate in it, you don't have to, but you'll probably find, especially in events like that, people will like try and get you to come into that space. And I did. I mean, she was like, come here. Like I was like a Labrador. And it worked. I ended up involved and it was a lot of fun. And so it was about you organising trips to magical sites in Wales. You know what? I've actually got an email about this so many times being like, do you want to organise a group trip? And I'm like, people, communication, conversation, hugs. That sounds terrifying. I love the idea of it though. Like I would love to have the confidence to be able to do it. I'll be honest, this persona that you see on the internet only exists because I can't see that you're there. I am not this confident talking to, well no, Phil is an exception because I know Phil, but like I'm not this confident talking to basically anybody. So like I'm always really worried that if I were to do one of these things, firstly, that's a whole lot of pressure. I don't do well under pressure. I crack under pressure. I'm terrible at it. And also, like, I can't talk to people. I'm so bad. That's true. The people that have seen me at the events will know what I'm like. I'm not a people person. If you text me, I will get back to you in 3 to 5 business weeks. And please don't make eye contact with me. It makes me uncomfortable. I'm that person. And so I don't know how good I would be. And so I have never agreed to do it. I don't know. Maybe one day I will have the nerve to do it because I think it would be amazing to go to Wales and to experience. Are you serious? I'm the most introverted person you know. Oh my god, that's really bad. I would love to be able to go to different places in Wales and like experience it with people who've never been as well, because I think that would be absolutely amazing. Hell, I'd even go down, like do one for Cornwall and go to like Tintagel and, you know, all of that magic of Arthurian legends I think would be absolutely amazing. And then I remember, I don't do people. Which, yeah, so literally when people at events, they're like, you seem so awkward. I'm like, I am awkward, that's fine. They're like, but you talk to hundreds of people. I'm like, I talk to my camera. The fact that hundreds of people are eavesdropping on my conversation to a camera is out of my control. Like, I tried doing talks once, and I was making myself so ill in the lead up to it, because I can't. You had all of the people that were like looking at you, and I'm like, can you look somewhere else, please? Like, so I turned down doing like events and stuff for that exact reason. Oh yeah, the amount of organization and stuff. But the bonus is that all of these companies kind of help with all of the organization, which massively helps. It takes the pressure off of me, but like, it would be so cool. Anyway, tangent. I'm gonna have to keep answering questions, otherwise it's gonna be 5 hours and I'm not gonna be done yet. So, where was I? I am kind of lost. I'm not sure if I said this one. Oh, if I didn't, I'm so sorry. Thank you so much to Cade. Thank you for the live streams. They're so informative and interesting. Oh, I'm so glad you like them. I lose track of which ones I've like responded to and which ones I haven't. I've got no idea how the toilet ended up at the beginning of the super chat. I'm so sorry. I did wonder. I was confused. I wondered if it was some kind of like hip thing kids do. I learned today that apparently Gen Z has like made some emojis not usable. Like you don't use certain emojis anymore, and I'm like, oh, I'm not down with that. I'm like really behind on all of that stuff. I don't get, like, I've heard like teenagers have conversations with one another and I've not understood a single word that they've said. This is how bad it's gotten for me. Like, I don't get out much. Right, where was I? I hope this hasn't been asked, but I have MS and suffer from fatigue as a result. I can't always celebrate and practice right on the holiday date. Does that matter? Not at all. I rarely do as well. Any of the videos that you see of like the Sabbath celebrations, I have filmed like weeks in advance to the celebration. I find that the energy is still present during that time, and it allows me to just do it as and when I can instead of when I absolutely should. Oh, it jumped. Up. And scroll. Okay. Oh, I'm not that far off the bottom. Oh my god, I can catch up. Miracle. What are the daily or weekly magic practices that you recommend for a beginner? I don't, honestly. I think so much pressure is put on people to have this daily magical practice and to have to do certain things, and you see it all the time, like, here's my daily magical practice, and it's like 20 things long, and I'm there thinking, I don't have time for that. Like, who has time for that? I don't. And so I don't think there needs to be anything that's daily and weekly. Nothing is something that I would recommend necessarily, because everyone is going to be so individual. If you want to be doing things every day or every week, then for a beginner I'd say some of the foundational practices, energy sensing, centering, grounding, visualization, mind calming, these things can be really useful if that's something that you can include on a daily or weekly basis. But if you can't, there's also no harm in not being able to as well. It just means that these things are going to come maybe a little bit slower, but just go at your own pace with it. And I find, especially online, I will drink something when I get off the stream, I promise. Especially when we are talking about like the online world, I see a lot of spells I did today. And I get it. I mean, I've done weekly witch videos, but I think the difference is that my Witchly Week videos are filmed over 7 days, not 7 consecutive days. And I think sometimes people try to emulate what they see too much to the point where it's detrimental to them. So as a beginner, You can go ham if you want, read a bunch of books. The one thing, if you're going to do anything, is practice your foundations, because that's going to massively impact everything that's going to come later. I've been feeling paranoid. Could it be a spirit? I mean, it could. I'd say more likely, though, it's going to be other things. And so in which case I would try and figure that out first and then go for a spirit afterwards. Oh no, you never have to feel like you have to do that, Gus. I promise. Just watching the video, liking the video is a massive, massive impact on the channel. And, you know, if you watch it back and you see an ad, if you can just sit through it for like 10 seconds, that makes a massive difference. You don't even have to watch it all the way through if you don't want to. Those little things are so powerful. Just commenting, even if all people comment under my channel, if you want to support me further, you don't have to send super chats or whatever if you aren't able to or you don't want to. If you just comment emojis, just like a bunch of star emojis or something under videos, it massively helps telling YouTube that people like the content and to share the content more. And that means so much to me, as well as obviously people who donate. That's a massive thing for people to do. But there's so many free things that people can do that will massively help and support me as well. Are they real butterflies on your wall? Yes, they have a story to them though. These butterflies were one of the first things I bought. I actually bought these butterflies before I even moved here, and they are vintage, like they are really old butterflies. And that's why I feel comfortable having them up, because I got them from an antique shop. They were already really old when I got them. And so I am simply giving them a new life on my wall so they don't just crumble to pieces in an antique shop, which is why I have them pride of place, because I absolutely love them. I've already answered this one. Do you work with demons? Not currently, but I've also got nothing against it. Do you have any suggestions for working with the elements? Yes. So spend time with the elements and kind of figure out how the elements make you feel. Do some energy sensing, figure out what you get off them energy-wise. Do some workings with them and see how that feels different than other things. Is it that if you do the same working with the water element, you get a slightly different outcome? Kind of monitor that and also be present with them. Go out to a stream, sit by it for a while, be present, listen, see if you can sense any spirits that are around. All of these things are so impactful if you can see that element in a way that is not simply a tool, but instead a living, breathing thing. That can be incredibly powerful and can massively help your workings later on. Where was I? And thank you so much, Gus, for the donation. It means a lot. I forgot to say that a minute ago, but then I just remembered. How long have you practiced this religion? So for me, this isn't a religion. Witchcraft is a practice rather than a religion, because there's no requirement for deities or worship or anything of the like. So as far as I can tell, my maths isn't great on this, I have been actively practicing, so not just doing things by accident, but purposefully trying to do them, for about 18 years, I think. It kind of gets hazy as to the month of the start of it, but I think it's at some point in the latter half of a year. So about 18 years. Ish, minus a couple in the middle where I was at uni and I couldn't really do that much, so I just kind of took a step back from my practice a little bit. But yeah. Right, I am somewhere. Do you have any tips on buying your first tarot deck? It's pretty overwhelming. You can make this really simple for yourself, or you can make this very personal for yourself. So you've got kind of like two ways of doing it. So really, really simple is getting yourself a Rider-Waite-Smith tarot deck. Really easily available, really affordable, and most books on the tarot are based off that system. Makes it really easy to learn from. On the other hand, you can also get a deck that really draws you in. The artwork is really, really beautiful and you really resonate with it. You might have more of a connection to it, but it's not going to be as easy to learn because the artwork might not look like the books that you will find on tarot. So it depends. Personally, I love the Rider-Waite-Smith deck. It's my favourite, but not everyone does. So just kind of figure out what you like and what you don't like, and just whether or not books are going to be for you, because if you're going to learn from books, the Rider-Waite-Smith is a whole lot easier. Why I've got the Doctor Who theme song in my head, I am not sure. But I'm very excited about that. The Christmas special was amazing. I don't like that. Sorry, visceral reaction. I saw a tarot deck in Lidl last week. I didn't buy it, but do you think it's okay to buy? Oh, Lidl, the cheap supermarket. I'm not sure how I feel about that. Lidl is a massive company, right? I think this is my problem when things get sold in stores like Lidl, Urban Outfitters, stuff like that, is you have a ginormous corporation that is taking the bits of witchcraft that it likes the look of and goes, oh, I can make a shit ton of money off this. So they underpay all of the suppliers because they buy them in massive volumes, and they undercut every single legitimately pagan and witchcraft owned business because we can't buy in 100,000 units. We can buy in 5 units. And that's my problem is I understand why people do it, because they're thinking this is a really good deal, this is way cheaper than I've seen it everywhere else. And like, I don't shame anyone who does it because some people really don't have the money to do anything else, and I understand that. But I don't think people realize the impact that it is having on small businesses, because I've had people do it myself. I've had people come up to my stall, pick up a tarot deck, go on Amazon, see that it's cheaper on Amazon, and then buy it on Amazon. What they don't realize is that the Amazon version probably isn't even the real version of the deck, 1. And 2, Amazon is buying them in millions of units. You get discounts for the more units you buy. I physically could never, ever in a million years compete with Amazon. I can't do it. And yet, I am an actual business that cares about witchcraft and cares about this being shared and experienced and practiced. And you will always lose. It doesn't matter what small businesses do. We will always lose when you have companies like Amazon, Lidl, Urban Outfitters, all of these ginormous companies profiting off of witchcraft. So it's very much like it's really, really frustrating, but I also do understand why people do get them from these places, because they are often cheaper simply because they're buying in such massive volumes that we can't ever compete with it. So I personally wouldn't, but I understand that not everyone has the luxury of choice when it comes to something like tarot cards and things like that. Okay, off that before I end up digging myself into a rabbit hole and just going mad in it. Right. Oh my goodness, I did not see this. Thank you so much, Rowan. Thank you. I'm having a time with health things and looking forward to trying some stuff to adapt and renew my craft. Glad to have you around for inspiration. Oh my goodness. You're such a light to the community. Oh my god. I'm not gonna cry. Thank you so much. Thank you. Really, genuinely. I never know what to say, but like, honestly, thank you. the thing I always wanted to do on YouTube was to help other people in this world of the internet to grow their practice and find joy in it. And the fact that I can do that actually means the world to me. So thank you so much for telling me that. And thank you so much for watching and supporting, and thank you for enjoying the content. Honestly, more than anything, just thank you so much. Okay, it's getting late and I'm not gonna cry. I'm such a little Cancer, like star sign, obviously. Like, I cry at everything. Don't cry. Okay. Do. Oh, it is said that when working with your big three, your rising sign was supposed to show how others people saw you and their impressions of you. What do you think? I've heard this a lot too. So I am going to just generally ask this now. And if you're watching this afterwards, feel free to comment in advance. I would love to know what people think. If you know already, then you'll know. But if you don't, then you won't know yet. If you don't know what my star sign is, what would you consider it to be? And I'm wondering if my rising sign comes up more frequently than anything else. I feel like I want to collectively do this experiment because I'm so curious. I've heard this so much, that your rising sign is how other people perceive you. It isn't necessarily the true internal sense of self. It's more the facade that other people who maybe don't know you that well, who haven't gotten underneath all of the layers, it's that they will see is your rising sign. And I think that's really interesting. And I want to be able to, I don't know how we'd ever do it. The only way you could really do it, I suppose, is if you had like a bunch of people in a room all chatting with one another, and then you all just kind of, based on your conversations with people, wrote down what you thought each person was and then figure it out. I think that would just be so cool. I think that would just be amazing. Okay. Can you tell me what the primordial spirit is? You know what? I've never even heard of it. Let's have a look. I'm assuming, just before I even look at anything, like eyes closed, I'm assuming the primordial spirit is going to be something to do with that, like, initial energy, spiritual connection that humans had before we had, like, pantheons split between different groups. But I don't know. Let's have a look. Primordial spirit. Interesting. It's very difficult to figure out what's real and what isn't. This might be the issue that people are having, because like straight away you get powerlistingfandom.com, which is a superpowers wiki. So I can understand why people don't know what it is straight off the bat. And Reddit, which I have to say is not personally a site that I use very often. I find it to be like screaming into the ether if it was a website. That to me is what it feels like. It feels just like, if it were a website. Different from Twitter, however. Twitter is like screaming into a megaphone. Different, similar vein though. Yeah, I'm just getting a whole lot of either Reddit or like mythology source. Okay, let's have a look at this. That's primordial gods. That's different. I'm gonna have to do so much research on this. I need to figure. You've got me started on something now. I like. Did you by accident light a 6-hour candle instead of 4-hour? No, the 4-hour candle went out a while ago. It's the other candle that's still going. Luckily, otherwise that would have been an impressive candle. Yeah, I feel like I need to look into this more now and see if I can find any books where this is referenced, because I'm interested, but I don't know. I'm interested, but I don't know what it is. It's getting to that point of the evening. Do you have a mechanical keyboard? Yes, I do, which is why it's so loud. I also type really violently. Like I am like on my keys. I don't know why. I'm a vicious speed typer, basically. Has Bridget ever demonstrated a sense of humour with you? She likes to do things like turn off lights on me, make it rain or snow right when I exit my car, and many more things. No, Bridget for me, it very much takes on the protective guardian kind of stance for me. So I've not necessarily experienced anything like that, but then different people will get different aspects that are things that they require out of them, I've found anyway. Oh, it jumped! Oh, no! I'll figure it out. High Magic's Aid was 1949. I thought it was. So this goes back to the whole, like, is witchcraft illegal in the UK? So, not Ronald Hutton, wow, wrong person. Gerald Gardner, his first book was called High Magic's Aid. And he didn't write it as it was magic wrapped up in a fantasy world. It was the only way that he was permitted to write it by the coven that he was a part of, but also it was published when witchcraft was still illegal to practice in the UK. And it was only after the repeal of the Witchcraft Act that the more, like Witchcraft Today came out, that were more educational style books. But that comes from a question like an hour ago, so I don't even know if that's relative now, but anyway. I was burning 2 identical taper candles. They both burned down about 2 inches, and the next time I'm confused. I like 4 lines in a row. I'm confused. I think I'm completely confused, that one. I don't know what that means. What does that mean? I want to know. Okay, never mind. I'll come back to it. Aren't you Gen Z? Not at all. Da 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 da. I'm a senior in the crone stage, but always was interested in white magic. I sometimes feel awkward attending groups or circles with younger members. Ageism ? If anything, I actually find it to be the other way as well. And I think it comes from a lot of groups were formed during the mid to late 90s, this real boom in popularity, I think. And so you often find that anyone that's now like a teenager, or even like teenager up to like 2021, they are completely dismissed in groups. Like, so often they are not participating in groups. They are not even really the target audience of the groups. And that's kind of an issue. Like, if you, on one hand, people say, oh, all these young generation people are just learning off TikTok. And then on the other hand, they're like, we don't want you in our group. Please leave. But then they also do it the other way, where they only want people their age in the groups or around, and so they dismiss people whose practice is perhaps older, or perhaps they are simply of a different generation. They will dismiss that also. And so I find there to be kind of a big issue just with clickiness. Clickiness, I think, is always a problem in these like groups, all kinds of groups. It's a big problem, and I've definitely found it that some groups that you will attend and some events that you will attend are very, very specific about who they want to be there. So they might say that it's open to everyone. Actually, they will only participate with their friends and everyone else has to watch. Or they'll only talk to you if you fit in with their demographic, and if you don't, then they won't talk to you. They won't actively exclude you, but they also won't actively include you either. And I have found it to be an issue. And I just wish groups are more open-minded. I really do. Some are fantastic, but it's just about finding the right ones. And that is unfortunately a lot harder than it should be, to find groups that are really comfortable to be a part of. Do you come from a pagan family? Not at all. No. My parents are not interested in any of it. My mum and dad will participate in it a bit because of the business, but they aren't particularly interested in it, and they've always just been atheists pretty much my entire life. And then I just decided to break the mold and do something crazy weird, apparently. According to most people anyway. Oh, here we go. So 2 identical taper candles were burning normally. Suddenly one of them was burning all the way down into the candle holder. Looked like the center just collapsed. Have you seen that happen? Yes. And usually it happens if you have an air bubble in the candle. So if you have, it often happens like around the wick. If it hasn't happened on the edge, it'll happen around the wick. And sometimes you'll get a bubble that forms against the wick on the inside of the candle, so you can't see it. But as the candle burns down, all of a sudden, it'll just the flame will just burn straight through the wick until it hits the wax again. And it means that you can do 2 candles the exact same, but one will be so much shorter than the other because it's hit like an air pocket in the middle. And it doesn't happen all the time, but yeah, sometimes that can be the reason. Also drafts, if a draft is going to hit one candle more than the other, you'll find that it burns down funny. But more often than not, it is something about the wax, whether there's like an air pocket or something in it that'll trigger it. Is doing too much love spell on the same person bad? That depends on the person. There's no one right or wrong with that. It depends on individual beliefs. Some people will say that doing a love spell on anyone is bad at any time. Other people will say that it depends on the type of spell that you are doing. Is it to amplify love, or is it a control spell? A spell that is designed to force someone to be attracted to you. Other people will say that no love spells are bad. It is very much an individual belief system thing. And so my belief system is not going to line up with yours probably, or anyone else's. And so it's all about figuring out what you feel appropriate in that circumstance and what you feel comfortable with. Right. It jumped! No! Right, luckily I'm not too far off the bottom now, so I should be finished by 5 hours, I think. And then I will go and drink something, and then I will go and have food. Do you have a website where you would order a tarot deck, or would you wait to buy one that you can physically hold and feel before buying? Down in the Bible Belt, there's little to less witchy shops. You can definitely order them online. I would just make sure, have a look through some walkthroughs of different decks and see if you feel any are particularly drawing you in. If you're looking at the same deck on the website and in videos and you're seeing people use them and you're still feeling really drawn to it, then it could be worth getting it online if you don't know if you're going to be able to get it in person. I've got so many decks in my collection that I literally couldn't buy them in person if I wanted to. I had to get them online. And so I've ended up doing that. And yeah, some of them I didn't resonate with when I got them. But if that's the case, then you can always sell them on to someone else in the area, perhaps even, if you're feeling comfortable to do that, of course, until you find something that's good. I mean, it would be great if every deck was just an instant success, but I'd say if you've seen them in multiple videos over multiple weeks and you still feel drawn to it, then it's a pretty safe bet that at least you're going to be connected to the artwork. I'm having a look at what we've got here. Let's have a look. I always thought you were either an Aquarius or a Virgo. Someone asked if I was a Virgo simply because I annotate my books. That is a very Virgo thing to do. I can't deny that. Virgo, I'm a Virgo and I sense you are like a Virgo. Ooh, okay. Let's have a look. What else have we got? Pisces. I vote Pisces. Let's have a look. Yeah, and sorry, this is a tangent, but yeah, small businesses. If you are able to buy decks and stuff and witchcraft supplies from small businesses, then that is absolutely phenomenal. Of course, not everyone is able to, and I completely respect that. But if you have the ability to do one or the other, one is lining a giant corporation's pockets, the other is paying for someone's grocery shopping that week. You know, it's that kind of a drastic difference when we're looking at the witchcraft community, because I mean, I've met so many people doing shows that have nothing. And I mean, all they have is the stock that they take with them to the show. They have perhaps a vehicle that they stay in, and that is all they have. That's it. They rely on the income that they make from pagan events, selling supplies to literally live. And then this is why it breaks my heart so much when I then see giant corporations, and even worse, like these like cheap selling platforms that are selling decks for like $75, 75 cents, so not even $1. And I'm like, that no one can even make a deck for that much, let alone actually sell it on. And people buy it instead. And I get it. But I've seen firsthand people that can't even afford to pay for the show that they're attending. I've seen people who can't even, they literally don't have anywhere to go because all the money that they own is in stock so they can sell it to make more money to do what they love. And when you see that, and then I look at Temu or Wish, you know, Amazon, it does break my heart. Honestly, it does, because I see firsthand the impact that a sale on a small business can make. It can literally be the difference between having heating that week or going cold. And that's massive. And I genuinely don't think a lot of people realize that is the situation that a lot of people live in, especially in this community where a lot of people are very nomadic in their lifestyle, or they don't have a lot of things, like material things. That's massive. So yeah, the collective decision, I believe, has been Virgo. That seems to be what it is. We've had a vote for Pisces. We've had Virgo. For anyone watching this back, feel free to put your guesses in before I reveal the honest answer, because it shocks me every single time. Because I don't think it matches. I'm actually, my rising sign's Aquarius. I've met Aquariuses. I don't think I come across like an Aquarius, personally. Aquariuses are bonkers in that they will literally just decide to do something and then they'll just do it. I'm not like that. So, yeah. Like, that is... I will never get it. Because I'm actually a Cancer. That's my actual sign. But my rising sign is Aquarius, and I never see it. But then that's because I don't interact with me, I guess. I don't have a conversation with me. I mean, I don't really have a conversation with anyone else either, but I don't get it. Anyway, let's have a look. Where was I? I would like to know if you've ever worked with Hecate or the Morrigan. I haven't. No, neither of them actually. I have some signs coming through here or there, but when I already have quite a lot kind of being juggled, I find it hard to add more to it. And then, have you ever worked with the Psalms in your spell work? No, not personally, but that's because they don't hold any power for me. And because they are not of a belief system that I would follow, I don't necessarily see the power in it. I'm just gonna get up a Aquarius traits just to see if Phil sees any of this in me, because he's the one that knows me the best in all of this. Let's have a look. Social conscience. What else have we got here? Humanitarian, philanthropic, and keenly interested in making the world a better place. Okay. Visionaries, progressive souls who love to spend time thinking about how things can be better. They are also quick to engage others in this process, which is why they have so many friends and acquaintances. I'm sorry. Friends? What's that? Okay, let's have a look at a different one because I don't see it. Like, some stuff I kind of get, but like, I don't know. Independent and enigmatic. Aquarians are unique. Incredibly individual. Tough to describe them as a group. They don't like labels and shy away from any adjective, even the good ones you might bestow upon them. They believe in the nature of change and evolution, and even though they're a fixed sign, they may not necessarily believe they are the same people they were when they were born. I don't know. I don't see it personally. I will stick to I very much fit in Cancer. Like, let's just driven by gut-wrenching intuition, Cancer's cardinal capabilities come from its feminine energy. They are a leader who can intuitively act and decide, but they will also dip and dodge responsibilities as well. Cancer's watery nature is often all in or all out. Ruled by the moon, Cancer's psychic receptivity is incredible. It's motherly, nurturing, and compassionate. It's also utterly wrapped up in a moody presence. If that isn't the most accurate description I think I've ever heard. Okay. I'm a homebody, exactly, and I carry my home with me at all times. That's why I have like a million things in all of my pockets. See, I'm calling you out as well, Phil. We can just be like hermits together. That's how this works. So that is the end of the live stream tonight. Thank you so much. This has been probably one of my favorite streams I've ever done. I just love getting to chat to people, honestly. Not in real life, but like this is fine. So honestly, thank you so much for joining. If you have enjoyed it, please give it a like. It means a lot to me, and it helps YouTube to know that you like my content, so then it can show you more content or show other people content that might like it as well. Thank you so much to everyone who has donated, commented, supported me in any way. It massively means a lot that I can do what I love. Like that blows my mind every single month that goes by that I am able to do that. It's incredible. Thank you so much to my mods who've been sitting here for 5 hours. Thank you so much to them. And also, an update for anyone who wasn't here at the start of the stream. These live streams are every single month. They will be posted after the fact. However, in 2024, we're doing something slightly different. Every other live stream is going to be a stream on a particular topic. So tonight, I am going to be posting something on the community tab that are questions for the next live stream or for any live stream in the future. When I look at those questions, I'm going to start grouping them into topics. And then the February live stream is going to be a live stream on a specific topic. And then as the stream is going on, not only will I be answering pre-asked questions, I'm also going to be asking similar related questions in the chat. I'm not sure if this is going to work. We are going to give it the good old college try, because I've had a lot of people say that it's really disheartening when chat kind of jumps and they lose their question. So I'm hoping that this will be a good balance, and then we can have like dedicated streams on very specific topics. So I'm hoping that that's going to be fine. Let me know what you think about that. But they will be alternating. So January, March, every other month is going to be a general live stream like tonight. And then the other months, so February, April onwards, are going to be the specific streams. So yes, thank you so much. Oh, thank you very much. Happy Mondays. Thank you so much. So I hope you're having a marvelous magical day. I hope you're all staying safe. I have a video coming out next, either Wednesday or Thursday, that is going to be on water magic. I hope, if I can get it edited in time. So with that being said, I hope you're all staying safe. Thank you so much for joining me, and I will see you in the next video. Okay, bye. And outro.